apologize. Yeah, I intentionally scheduled this at 10:30 so that I knew I would be early. As long as we're here by 11. I did this on purpose, you all. I scheduled this for 10:30 so that I could force myself to get ready before 11. Does that make sense? Okay, nice. I got my breakfast. Yeah, I got a scrambled egg biscuit and some grits. We got the juice. Candace, I'm ready for this 3-hour live debate. Get your bum ass up, Candace. Eat some breakfast. And get ready to debate Andrew Wilson because you got that $300,000 damn dollars to do it. I wish Andrew Wilson would drop 10,000 in my gifts and go. Thank y'all so much, by the way, for sharing the gifts and go. I would not have it up if I did not need it up. So still trying to get 1,500. I think it's down to 1,450. You guys have been phenomenal in supporting the gifts and go. That is going towards like urgent bills, like I have rent due still. So, and today is the 14th of August, and I need to get 1,500 to them. So you guys can continue to share, donate if you can. If not, leave a prayer, some encouragement. I'm looking for jobs. Unemployment does not cover anything. It's in the state of Georgia. It is $365 a week. That is the max. So that doesn't even cover all of my rent, and I would have to save all 4 checks in a month, and then it only lasts for like 14 months. You know, when I say it's crazy, it's crazy. So, however you guys can help, share the gifts and go out. Keep putting it out there on X, Instagram, YouTube. Share it, share it, share it, and hopefully we can get more eyes on it because it's getting real. So I thank you all so much for your help. I really do. I thank you guys for your prayers. And yes, I have to apply for jobs either way. And I don't like being unemployed. I do want to be able to continue my channels and get this up and going. I'm just kind of, I think I got the merch shop ready to launch today. So anything helps. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. Y'all ready? It starts at 11. Thank you, Marchon, for the $10 super. I feel lucky to come and watch the debate with Miss LLC and the Luxes. Y'all, we about to have some fun. Let me see what. Hold on. I gotta go see if I got any updates. Okay, so shout out to Claire Patriot. Claire Patriot on X. That is who is going to be our next guest in the LLC. I'm waiting on her to confirm if she wants to reschedule or join us for an hour, how she wants to do it. She hasn't given any updates that I see. Jay Witt texted me, asked me if I was doing this. I said, yeah, if he wants to come up, listen. I told Deacon, he can always come over here. Do you want to join? Okay. Y'all saw the post I sent to Andrew COVID. I did that right before I went to bed because I was waiting for Claire Patriot to send me back a response about today. And I said, you know what? Let me send out a request to Andrew COVID and see if he wants to come over to the LLC. Did y'all see that on X? I will. I want him to come over here and vent and get it all out. whatever he wants to share, whatever he wants to discuss. We all have questions about next steps. What's the focus and direction God is going to take TPUSA on after this murder trial stuff comes to an end, because Erica Kirk still has to live life with those two kids and still take care of those babies. So we'd love to have him come over and hang out with us, be able to have a discussion with him, ask him some questions. That would be fantastic. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm over here on the X tab. I'm trying to send this comment to Claire Patriot right quick. She said she wanted to do updates. I don't know if Mindy is here. Mindy might be working. Mindy, are you here? If she comes up, Mindy, if she responds, please let me know. Oh, I see you, Mindy. Thank you, honey. We are all getting excited. We can all help LLC fact check today. Oh yeah, I know. I'll do that in real time. I'm here. Juju is helping Jared right now. Is that Jared with Freedom that came over here? He's so adorable. He is. Oh, he's always welcome over here. Yeah, we have some great guests. Ryan Murrow, we're ready for him to come back over here at some point. Milk Bar TV said he would come over here and do a reaction. We just Candace. All we can do is just laugh at your dumb ass at this point. Oh my God. How y'all doing, Jeep Lady CC? Juju, I see you, honey. Continue. Is it Continue Freedom? Is he still live? Is he live? What's going on, Sage? It's the final countdown. Let's go over to YouTube right quick. To his channel is The Crucible, right? Oh, okay, so Edie is live with Jay Witt. Lord have mercy. And then you got Paramount Tactic. This channel is The Crucible, right? Is it, or no? Yes? No? We're waiting, y'all. I have my notification on. We ready, y'all. Let me set this up. Child. Y'all think she gonna show? Candace, bring your bum ass on. Bring your bum ass on, girl. We are waiting for this to go. Boy, it's something else, ain't it? Listen here. We all know Candace gonna lie. Let me tell y'all something. I already know the rules of engagement when it comes to Candace. She's going to lie like hell. She's gonna repeat herself. She's gonna yell and scream, overtalk him, and be cynical and snarky the rest of the time. Okay? We already know what to expect. That's pretty much that, right? That way no one's shocked. You gotta be, he only has his channel subscriber. What? Only channel subscribers of 5 days or longer can send messages. Anyone able to send a comment in the chat and say, dude, can you edit that 5 days to at least 5 minutes? He can put it back. I just want to be able to leave a chat. I can't leave a chat. I have to be subscribed for 5 days. Come on, man. My God. Sweet Jesus. You can't make this up. He can change it, give it 5 minutes, or change it back to like 1 minute. Wait a minute. That way, anyone that has subscribed within the last minute will be able to start leaving messages, and then he can go back and edit it again and push it back to 5 days. Y'all know, oh, this is a bummer. I can't leave a comment. People like betting on how Candace show up. People betting. I bet if I tried to leave a super chat, I can. Yeah, I can leave these little emojis and stuff. I can leave a super chat, but not a comment. Come on, man. Somebody please tell Andrew Wilson, can you just change it to 1 minute? Lady Luck Club want to get into your chat and then push it back. I subscribe. Oh, God. I'm reading y'all. Do y'all have y'all breakfast ready? Y'all got y'all drinks? Did everybody go to the bathroom? SC Whirlpool, Whipperpool, how you doing, honey? I see y'all up in here. CC. Oh, yes, we love Clear Patriot, honey. So I just sent her another comment. Just to see. Oh, okay, cool. She said, are you free Monday? Yes, I am, girl. Yes, I am. Okay, we're going to be so far set for Monday, y'all, with Clear Patriot in the Lady Luck Club. Come on in the Lady Luck Club. Come on in the LLC. I'm so here for this, Candace. Come on, girl. Bring your bum ass on up. I told Deacon he can come over here and hang out with us, but he doesn't like my profanity. I try my best, y'all. I'm gonna try my best. I'm eating breakfast at the same time. Y'all go get y'all some breakfast, something to drink. Make sure y'all go to the bathroom. Hey, we gotta do the rundown, okay? Y'all go to the bathroom, get something to drink. Let's get all the I's dotted, T's crossed. Get you a snack. Get you some water, some fruit. Get your Motrin and your Tylenol ready, because Candace gonna give us all a headache. Anybody got any extra strength Tylenol? Oh, child. Y'all see we got Eric and Charlie Kirk debating behind us on screen. That's how it's done. Candace, I'm gonna eat breakfast while you sitting here playing games. Child boo. I am all for it, Clear Patriot. Yes! She's going to be with us Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, shout out to you, Clear Patriot. Awesome. We'll set up the live stream. Clear Patriot will be here in the Lady Luck Club Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Candace, who's an idiot, Tennessee time. Oh, man. Candace, make sure you let Andrew speak. Don't overtalk him too much where you just dominate the conversation for 3 hours. We don't want to hear you for 3 whole hours. You got to shut the hell up and let him talk. God, I wish he would turn on his chats. Damn it. Come on, man. Y'all ready? Everybody ready? Y'all went to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Yeah, dude, I still got to tell my boys that. Before we go in the store, y'all go ahead and go to the restroom. I want to go in here and get everything we need. We don't need you stopping in the middle of the line because one of y'all got to go to the bathroom. Oh, Lord. I love my babies. My young men. Both of them just getting older. They both taller than me and their father. Lord, we thank you. Why Jesus does have no salt on it? Oh no. Y'all think she gonna come up? I don't think she gonna come up on time. But I'll be shocked. Candace, you can shock us all today. Just bring your bum ass up, girl. I had to get ready, y'all. Child. Ugh, ain't that worse than grits with no salt? What? What were they thinking? Oh my dear Lord. I don't even eat salt like that, but good grief. That was just bland. Ugh. Oh my God. 53 people watching. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Crucible has over 4,000 in the chat. I see. Y'all see it flowing. I can't get in his chat. I have to be subscribed for 5 days to get in his chat. Can't make this shit up. Look at that. And it's flowing too. I like to be able to go in and talk shit. I was gonna taunt your ass in this chat. I was gonna go ahead and just taunt the hell out of Cat. Can somebody leave dumb heifer in there on my behalf? Lady Luck Club said, "Come on, you dumb heifer." Tell him to damn unlock this damn chat, man. Come on. 5 days. Come on, Andrew Wilson. You know you was doing this huge live stream. Come on, man. Oh my God. Y'all, we got Jay Witt and Edie Marie doing a collab. Hold on. Boy, you can't make this up. Tina, girl. If he didn't have scoliosis as bad as he did, he'd probably be 6'5". It's going, ain't it? I would be here, y'all, but not comment as much as I'm working. Okay, girl, listen. Do what you gotta do, girl. Hi from Kyrgyzstan. How you doing? Is it summer? Nice to see new people up in here. Thank you for streaming this, Lady Love. Can't wait to watch any Candace content without support group. I don't. Me either. No, y'all have to be here with me, watching this with me. We're live on Instagram, X, and both YouTube channels. Yes, Lord, we are. So we are on X over here. We are on. Oh man, y'all see how many people are streaming this on X? Joshua Carr, Paramount Tactic, Ryan Morrow, Continue Freedom, and me, and Jay Witt with Edie Marie. Some of these could have been combined. I ain't gonna lie. Some of us could have, like, Gary could have had me, Jay Witt, and Edie on at the same time. Then we could have just had one big bash. Child. Y'all, this is so, oh my God. Continue Freedom. Shout out to Continue Freedom. And Joshua Carr and Gary and Ryan Murrow, Jay Witt, Edie Marie, everybody else that's streaming over here. Come on, Candace. Get your ass up, Candace, and come on. Girl. Y'all, Gary got 449 over there. Edie over there streaming with Jay Witt. Oh, this is too funny. Who knew she was going to be late? Does Candace ever start on time? Is she like me? I can admit when I'm late. I literally set this for 10:30. to be early for the 11th. I didn't start at 10:30, but I wasn't trying to really start at 10:30. I just wanted to give myself, some extra time. It forces me to have to hurry up. And now we here early, and look what's happening. Child, Candace, you're an idiot. Get your ass on. Y'all know she watching all of us, right? 7,000 people almost in. I'm gonna say this: Andrew Wilson should have had something in writing. You're gonna take $300,000 from me. You got to commit to being here, because otherwise, how do you hold her accountable for that? And Candace like to lie. No, Your Honor, he gave me a gift. It was a $300,000 contribution. I didn't agree to do anything. Candace will go to court and lie like hell. If he got to sue her for no show and he done gave her this money. Child. That's going to be a headache. I want to put it on another video, but I'm scared to leave it. All right, the moment I do that, they're going to start. Is my volume on? Y'all, this is something else. Ain't no reply. Shout out to the mods, y'all. Y'all see I'm eating breakfast. Candace, bring your punk ass on. Oh, I'm gonna leave a post though. I'm gonna leave a post on X. Candace, bring your punk ass on. FYI for the Macron lawsuit, the judge has reserved his decision. So that means he's going to give the decision at a later date. I think he wants this to go forward. Candace stalled so long, he probably forgot what the hell the case is about. So he had to go back and get context. Oh. Come on, you dumb alien. There we go. Uncle alert. Tyler Robinson guilty or Patsy debate. Oh my God, this is funny. Come on, Candace. And he changed the daggone thing. Can someone tell him in the chat, Andrew Wilson, to please change his subscriber requirement? I want to be able to leave comments. Candace is streaming as well. I don't want to give her that view. I'm not even gonna lie. I do not want to give her a view, but I do want to troll her. I want to troll the hell out of Candace. I ain't lying. Oh, I want to troll her ass so bad. Her dumb ass bots are gonna kick me out. They come over here and they think they're gonna troll me for free. No, you can troll me. You just gonna leave me a super chat. Candy ass has got to leave me a super chat. You're not trolling me for free. Not when you're giving a multi-millionaire half your mortgage money. The hell you will. Candace, you late bum. You did nothing this morning. You should have took your ass to bed and got up on time. Come on, Felicia. Oh my God. Candace, you gonna have to show your ass up. Come on now. Lord have mercy. Gil, where Gil at? Where's Gil? Tell Gil he can join the watch party. Gil, you in here? If you are, I'll drop you the link. You can join the watch party. No reply. You ready? Candace, is she always late? I started watching her shows when she started going in on the Bride of Charlie stuff. Girl, bye. So Candace, like me, she just late all the time. Candace, only I can be late. You just do it just to be an asshole. I literally have something going on. Like, I'm not even trying to intentionally be late. She could wear that dragonfly clothes. Y'all know the one that makes her look like a raptor dinosaur? We got Charlie and Erica Kirk in the background. Y'all see in the background? We got this in the background. She's just gonna overtalk him. Exactly, Moki. That's all she gonna do. And then try to roll around because, you know, she's supposed to be a pregnant. Come on, Candace. I mean, damn. Mr. MB, how you doing, honey? Colleen, I see y'all up in here. Shout out to all of you all. Oh, thank you for the supers. Velvet with the $3 super is not much, but I pray it multiplies. Thank you, honey. We're going to bless it in Jesus' name, amen. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeep Lady, for the 30 jewels. Thank you, SC Whippoor Will, for the $5 super. I appreciate it. Marcho with the 10. Thank you so much. MB Burke with the 440 jewels. Uncle Art, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for the support. It definitely means a lot. Thank you all so much. If Gil shows up in here, he can hop up here with me. Candace, if you don't bring your bum ass on. She got the Jurassic Park shirt. Walking around looking like a velociraptor. Oh, man, that was priceless. Come on, Candace. Before this debate, Candace was falling off. She needed this boost. Exactly. That's what I said. I did not tell y'all when I went live early this week. I said, Candace, you stupid. You going to pass up a debate for $300,000 and to get views? Because that's all she do it for. Candace does it for the views and for the money. So go ahead. Do it for the views and the money, dumbass. You going to pass up a debate with Andrew Wilson? You know you're going to lose. It is what it is. Just take the money. Get the views. That's what you do it for, Candace. Your bots and your cult members remind us that every time I go live, they remind us of that. They so stupid, they don't even know they telling on her. Candace, you in labor. That whole water break, what's going on? Phantom labor. Moki and I don't want to court with that. I don't think Candace pregnant for real. She are pregnant out with fluid. Or an alien. Putin might be her baby daddy. Who knows? Candace went over there to Russia and got weirdly freaky. All up in the Kremlin. Hey, Saint, I see you up in here, honey. Are they in her house? I don't know. Are they? You making Georgia sandwich. Seven months of pregnant. Candace is not gas. Good God, Candace. Candace scared as hell. Hey, Mama Sage, I see you up in here. I'm with you, Chris. Candace scared. Yeah, I know she watches me. Came over here and I told her, I said, Candace, you stupid. You gonna pass up $300,000? You stupid. You do this for the views anyway and the money. Take the damn money. Get the views. And lose like hell. And if they doing this in person, I thought it would be virtual. They're gonna try to come at him snarky if they sit down face to face. Did he agree to go to her house? I didn't know he agreed to go to her house. I'm eating a scrambled egg biscuit and a bowl of grits. Trying to calm me down with all the meat. All the greasy fried food stuff. I'm just trying to calm all that down. Thank you, Susie Q, for the $10 super triple red hearts. Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button. Yeah, only a little butter, a little salt, some black pepper. I don't want it too bland, but I don't put a whole lot of salt and stuff like that. I don't eat that. That's why. Candace, get your bum ass on. What the hell are you doing? You think she would have the nannies go get the kids, right? Where's George at? Thank you all so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Patrina. You hungry? Go get you some food. Y'all, this is a watch party. We eat during our watch party. I know I do. Look at my juice. Come on, Candace. I'm ready. We done extra large this frosty over here. If he is at her house, then I don't understand why it's taking so long. If he at her house, back in the day when I was doing things, if Candace Owens would have made me wait 17 minutes for her to show up, I would have left after 5. Exactly. Now it's a different dynamic if he's in her house. Is he in her house? Come on, Cantiva, with your Putin baby. Y'all know Putin the baby daddy. Y'all remember that song? Who that is? That's my baby daddy. Who that is? My baby daddy. Who that is? That's just my baby daddy. Candace say, I'm gonna go over here and hang out with my baby daddy, Putin. While George go hang out with his baby daddy, a bear. A bear and a merman. And George walked into a bar. And then I can't even do the rest. It's gonna be PG-13 up in here today. Lord knows my kids got to be watching me like, what are you doing, Mom? I'm toasting the English muffin. Y'all go get your eggs and grits. Get your breakfast. Get your cinnamon buns. Some oatmeal cereal. Waffles. Pancakes. What's going on, Fatela? How you doing, honey? Go get y'all some food. Jay Witt, you over here. Deacon. Where he at? Oh, Deacon. Eda Marie and Deacon, shout out to him. Y'all, this could have been one big party. Seriously. I should have told Deacon I can join a watch party. I should just hopped on his over there with Eda Marie. Gary, Jared, with Continue Freedom. All of us could have been in one live. Man, that would have been awesome. Woo! Yeah, we would have tore that live up. We're going to have fun over here. Oh, I got another. Oh, thank you, Marchon, for the $10 super. I have 2 windows open. You and Jay Witt. I feel so supported. Long can't watch this by myself. I know, right? Y'all know I have to listen. If we got to watch Candace, we all gonna watch her and torture each other together. Y'all get your extra strength Tylenol because you're gonna need it. All right, get your Motrin because we know that she's gonna give us a raw headache within the first 30 minutes. Get everything together you need on your desk at work, on next to your bed, if you're at home, wherever you at. Get everything you're gonna need. Y'all make sure y'all go to the bathroom, okay? Run to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. Get your coffee. Watch out. Smash that like button. Tell me what number you are. Candace, bring your ass. Come on. It's a wobble downstairs to the dungeon, girl. How long does it take you to get to your basement? You can't make this up. Come on, helper. It's supposed to be 3 hours. I got the big gulp over here, y'all. 3 hours. It's hot. Candace, if I have a heat flash while sitting here waiting for your dumb ass, I'm going to go off on you about that. These heat flashes are no joke. There's other devil. Foosball is other devil. These heat flashes are out of this world. Never thought I would have that. Like, what's going on? Come on, Candace. Candace doing some clown stuff today with her baby daddy. Putin, can you get off Candace for 5 minutes so she can start this live stream? Taboo. Why even put this up starting soon? Why? Can't make this up. Supposed to feel like 110 in South Carolina today. Oh my God. Say that I play up Paramount, Jay Witt, and Bronson jumping between all. Shout out to you, honey. Y'all get y'all multiple devices and pull them all up. Get us all up. Shout out to you. I took a motion ahead of time. That's how I was done, Marshall. Y'all be prepared. Be prepared for what? For Candace. She's an idiot. That's me is live? Oh my God, we really could have had a joint live. Oh my God. He could have came over here. Oh my goodness. I know. It is hard to choose. That's the thing. Yeah, we could have all came together and did this a little bit more cohesive.
See that too.
Oh.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, Law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd.
Yep.
And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way.
Nope.
In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Get it out of your system.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years. If you just think of the things that we've learned about our government.
Show your evidence.
And I do want to say this. what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just a open conversation with Turning Point USA.
You didn't want to fly out to Arizona.
It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0. So with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for
it? For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
You think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06.
Objection.
Yeah, but just
you
shot
have
at
to
all.
prove that.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. you're
No,
open
she's
to
trying to
alternative
change the
theories.
definition.
He was
Word
definitely
shot.
hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It
She's trying
defies
to
it
change
defies
the
common sense
definition
to
of
think
shot.
that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck,
Projection.
which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla
Oh,
steel
who
cages
is that?
and shot it, and it went through. So
Everyone
under no
nuts in.
circumstance will I
So at least not a 30-06.
definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low sea,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber.
See,
Okay. And then
she's changing the definition of
there's some
shot.
things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline
Okay, Mama Sage.
is that you think that
Nate Baha-
Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And
Where's the evidence?
what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had,
Objection.
and
It's
I
hearsay.
think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if
Nope,
this goes to
it's
trial,
hearsay.
but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
It's
Did he give you
hearsay.
an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to,
Explanation.
before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
That's what he asking
Well, I
you.
think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the
with-
first, if
with-
you want to use the first part of that for the
Yeah,
internal critique,
Yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so-
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene.
With his DNA on it.
So I would consider that to be very good evidence.
With
And
physical
also the
DNA on
fact
it.
of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely
You're supposed to
could
own
shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner
She
who
doesn't know
confirms this
that.
in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center.
With
or I
his
guess off in the
DNA
woods.
on it.
That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you
Why
watch
forget
the
it?
testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mhm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
His
I
That's
agree.
not
DNA
convincing
is
evidence
on
to me.
it.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You
Mhm.
also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry.
way.
Your wife tweeted that you were an
Mhm.
Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifles.
Just
No,
ask
I
him what he
taught
do.
Rifles.
What
as
are we
a private
doing?
citizen.
This is a stupid conversation,
Okay.
Candace.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many,
Just
many
ask him
years
what he do.
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on
He
the
sucks.
stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to go point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all
She
of the
doesn't know
details
any
on
of this
this
stuff,
yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there.
DNA was on it.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's
Why?
Why?
You're supposed to look that up
as a possibility.
Present it as an
his
argument.
fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
Thank you.
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
How you explain it?
Wait a second.
Science.
You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith do an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say
so
I don't know. I
It's
actually don't have an explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun? They
named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue.
So
it's
what?
not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up
as
a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Objection.
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how can you get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say
describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I'm not. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. So I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just appropriate hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
DNA is not hearsay.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check. If all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah
Rule
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? This is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow
it's not going to
apply. But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
I didn't just shoot her from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
All of it was not hearsay.
Overwhelming majority.
Again, no disputes.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102, it is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say,
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying to me.
No, that's not what you're saying.
When you say, Candace,
here,
I'll
give you the argument
prince,
now.
which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So this, just so everybody who's watching us at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just purely making it up.
He never said that.
Based on
Andrew, can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point of contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on
not at work in court,
not fact.
Nope.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they're inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are
Oh, God.
inferring that
Was
that's
there an
Tyler
automobile?
Can you
Robinson.
walk me through the inference
The
so that I
inference-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this
No,
preliminary
that's not
was.
what you
in the
said.
inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's
Objection.
in dispute is when you said, I'm
Yeah, I
using
like
this
it.
as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there
But he
equally,
had
that's how it
corroborating
works.
and is there
evidence.
equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason
A
why most
giraffe
people are
did.
exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so
if
we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Thank you.
I'm not saying that we should go
Anything
with
is
the
plausible
idea
then.
that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh,
You're
I
deal.
thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of
How?
Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying,
You're
that
not
I am
saying
using
it
the
at
exact
all.
same
That's the
mechanism
problem.
that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some
Let's do
reason
it.
in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say
Do
I'm
it.
going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it.
We don't
and
need
they
that
are.
bullshit in
They have not
court,
presented any
then.
concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I
The
didn't.
standard
didn't.
white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a
fact-
fact
yeah,
check?
fact
on that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he
it-
goes
I
over
didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what
Objection.
convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car.
Objection.
You said it
Well,
was.
there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it,
evidence.
so we're going to get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mhm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk
Yeah.
about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was
She's not
the
fact
most
checking the
absurd
damn
testimony
thing.
I've ever heard.
You notice that?
And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the
Okay,
stand.
but I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If
It's
somebody,
an absurd thing.
for instance, if somebody
It's
were to change their
identifying
clothes to keep the
factors.
same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that
Identifying
person? if
factors.
they
The
were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college
Stupid.
campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't
Clothing
even
is
need
used
to
to
like argue that.
ID.
I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm
You're
not,
not
I'm
I
not
know
sure.
these are the
That's
same
not how it
people
works.
because they're both
Context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never
Never
happened. You're just
said
making
that.
stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking
Of course
for
you're
is
stupid
the
as hell.
logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with
How
the
does
30
Candace have
I think
evidence?
that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweet of the 5. Did you delete it
You're making it
or
up.
no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
You're making this
Unless
shit
it
I
up.
was his
misspell.
car.
Right.
It was his. It was the
Candace,
car,
stop. Right.
and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's
Mhm.
a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
Mhm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
Yep,
it is.
You
can
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Yes.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these.
What the hell wrong with
inferences.
him?
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive
lying
list.
like
Why
it.
I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver,
Rewind the
DNA,
video.
all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Wasn't
evidence.
asking
you're
for help.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I just said
this.
you tweeted this. You
Mhm.
said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Rewind
but
the
I would like
video.
to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mhm.
on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Rewind the video.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has
Mhm.
been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive.
Yes,
So
go
you
ahead.
said I did.
Sure, whatever. you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yes,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit
Objection.
yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it,
Mhm.
and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No,
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
yeah. So in that
It's
particular case,
DNA.
what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence.
Thank you.
So it's not
Corroborating.
just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use
Evidence.
this. If you don't agree
Corroborate.
that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
No,
I'm
no,
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
And
if
by
that's
the
not,
not
way,
pull it up.
Why?
Twigs
You
himself
should do your
said
homework.
that he
You're
had
going to see me in
some
the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Plus DNA
not
evidence.
just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidence.
Candace, you're not
Okay,
funny.
so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said
Keep
was
asking
Lance's
for his
testimony,
fact.
where and
You never
actually what
know.
Lance says is I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses. He wears
Irrelevant.
sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these
and I'm
cases.
wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
He's blabbing.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if
than
you
that.
want. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen.
That moderator is awful.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on. Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his,
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
She said most of it was
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
Like you're backtracking quite a bit.
Yes, she is.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that. Okay. What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. That's what she said. That's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
What are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in, and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just when you say that we're going on vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
Oh,
means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Oh,
I
wow.
understand that.
I
you
have
can
to
Those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
3 or 4.
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct,
Yeah.
right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's not
find
what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet
Objection!
longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So
characters anymore.
so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now
He can have his
excluded
own opinion.
because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus
his
Andrew. Somebody asked you a
opinion.
question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And
You're
you
trying to
answered.
You
argue
mean
his
from that
opinion.
day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what
what
I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we
The
want to do
moderator
a quick
sucks.
ad break?
I'm
Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
or
also.
would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to
Mhm.
stop you
Yeah,
guys in the
let's
middle of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be,
I need a break. I need to
from
take
my
an
opinion,
extra
that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like
Yeah,
to.
let's take a break.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh,
All right,
y'all.
you guys, for nearly 2,000
This is
years, Christians have
ridiculous.
lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called
Candace, I'm not listening to your stupid ass sponsors. I don't give a damn about none of that. Y'all, this damn moderator sucks donkey D. And I'm saying it flat out. The moderator sucks donkey D. Y'all see why I want to be able to put comments in the chat. Candace is sitting here trying to force him to not have his own opinion. That's nothing to argue over. He said, you could disagree with me. It is what it is. I told you what I felt the idea and the concept of overwhelming means to me. And you disagree. Moving on in life. Candace a 3 or 4. Y'all know that? Candace is a 3 or 4. Candace, you big mad because you went out there and got pregnant by Putin. Now she worries, is he gonna be a good baby daddy? Candace gonna have to take Putin to child support court. The hell we doing this for if you gonna sit here and argue with somebody about their opinion? Well, you need to tell me why it's overwhelming. You need to tell me what the definition of overwhelming means to you. Why do you act like I can't use that word? Oh my God. Suck Ducky D. It's gonna be a t-shirt. PBD sucks donkey D. This is some ridiculous nonsense. Candace up here speculating, lying like hell, making shit up. How is this a debate? Candace, you're an idiot. There is no reason to make anything up. None. Y'all. Oh, girl. Candace acting like a whole 304. Candace, I'm going to let you look that up. Fact check me. Fact check me, boo. Shut up and just going in on this nonsense. Not one time, though, did Candace's dumbass team fact check her or provide any evidence to support what she said. Y'all notice that? Andrew brought information and evidence. Candace team has not fact checked her once. So I don't understand. What are they there for? Her team is not fact checking her at all. And then you got this moderator sitting here. I didn't hear her say that. What the hell are you doing here? Boy, PWD sucks donkey D. Worst moderator ever. Why do they continue to be punk asses for this dumbass girl? He acted like a whole simp. And then she's just moving the needle. Every time something happens, she moves the goalpost. Can't make this shit up. Y'all make sure y'all go to the bathroom. I gotta put some stuff in the trash right quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. Candace sucks donkey D. She's a 304. Candace, this is the dumbest damn debate ever. I knew it was gonna be this bad, y'all. I knew it was gonna be this bad, people. I called it. Candace, I called it. I gotta stand up a little bit. She won't shut the hell up. She keep interfering, interrupting. I gotta stand up. Candace sitting here trying to go back and forth on somebody's opinion. He got his opinion. Candace, I know you watching. He got his own opinion. You don't argue his opinion. He feels one way, you disagree. Move on. PBD sucks donkey D. PBD sucks donkey D. PBD sucks donkey D. PBD sucks donkey D. Donkey D. Donkey D. Adderall dance. Adderall dance. PBD sucks donkey D. Worst moderator ever. What the hell wrong with him? Y'all, PBD sucks donkey D. A PBD sucks donkey D. PBD sucks donkey D. A donkey D. Donkey D. Candace, I am so ready to keep objecting to your dumb ass in this. This is so stupid. She took the money. She listened to me. She took the money. She was like, hell, if I'm going to do this for views, might as well let the club say take the money. Child, PBD sucks donkey D. Donkey D. We got whole grown men being simps for Candace. What the hell? Y'all, we got a new song up in here. PBD sucks donkey D. A PBD sucks donkey D. PBD sucks donkey D. Donkey D. Donkey D. Oh, we gotta turn that into a jingle. We gotta turn it into a jingle. RT usually makes our songs, our fantastic mod. RT, she'll do our little jingles and make some music go with this stuff. Y'all put some music to those lyrics. I want that to be a whole song. Where Fax me at? Where RT at? We got to turn that into a song for real. PBD sucks donkey D. Da 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 da. A PBD sucks donkey D. Worst moderator ever. Oh my God. Catherine said, my blood is boiling. Jabu, what is the truth? She was late because she had to get the dirt to come. Then they got the punk ass moderator. He's just sitting there letting this dumb shit happen. I'm out here yelling objection. You can't make this up. Candace does not know how to moderate. Candace, you cannot sit here and speculate and give up hearsay. We don't care. It's my belief. We're not here for that. We're here to present facts. Candace is a dumbass bully. And he's handling her, fairly well, right? Because, I mean, he's trying to, she going to try to play the victim. I was sitting there 7 months pregnant and he yelling at me, making me feel bad. I can't be stressed out. He made my stomach hurt. Candace, I've been being the damn bully, though. well, you came out here and you was talking about how I was, just start out conspiracy theories and I didn't do anything and it never was going on in courts. Meanwhile, Candace does not know how corroborating evidence works. His DNA is on the gun. DNA also on the roof. Corroborating evidence is what you use to help confirm the person was there at that time, along with his cell phone data, camera footage from the surveillance cameras, and you have other identifying factors such as his height, weight, clothes, shoes, all of that. Shoe size, his gait, his walk, his stance. All of that helps to identify the suspect. These are terms Candace is not familiar with. So if she doesn't understand identifying factors, like what was he wearing? What was his hair color? How tall was he? How much did he look like he weighed? Did he have a specific gait or walk? What looks like his shoe size? What shoes was he wearing? Along with other corroborating evidence, she's sitting here thinking, well, the shoes have nothing to do with it. But there's other corroborating evidence.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
He back.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching
PBD
the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations.
No, we don't. We hate
just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation we're having, right? Okay. Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So, yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying. Yeah. And that's also me in surveillance footage. it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist
player. He did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just
we're
that
way over your head
just
now,
a general
girl.
sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. You say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. You are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition. Sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial. And when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying
Candace,
my client was here,
data.
Right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain
Candace, you're an idiot.
unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel
They don't
convinced by
have
them,
to
I feel
compel you.
unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these
Nothing's
messages are
real,
valid, and they
bro.
don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot
no.
on the corner, would be smarter than to write a
Candace, you can't come up
full-fledged
with an example.
confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to
He's a
tell you
clown,
until
Susie.
old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart
Candace,
enough
stop
to
running your mouth.
I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a
Do you
little
not feel
ridiculous.
it works?
It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the
No, she don't.
case that you thought that
Russia.
your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened,
you
Lance
keep bringing
Twiggs,
that up? It
you
is
know,
vibes, and
the
you're stupid.
FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt
Mhm.
Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, you know, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is
That's
that they
laughing
started
off, man.
thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, like, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
fuck.
How do you know any of that?
you
No,
gotta watch the
she
show,
make this
right?
shit up.
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
Mixed it up.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course.
Where's her
There's no
evidence?
way for us to verify
Gotcha.
that what you're saying right now is actually even true. is there?
Exactly.
To be reliable hearsay.
No.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a
that's
source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on, you're giving us.
you must have paid to
Hang
watch
on,
the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is it-
saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have
And
no
the
statement
cow
from the
flew
parents.
over the moon.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?"
Anonymous
And then
source.
he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear.
You don't know.
Where is your evidence that the parents
What's your evidence?
turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
That is
I
Because
how-
in
said with.
mainstream media.
I said with a sheriff friend,
Yes.
but the father did confront him,
Where's
the
her
father
evidence?
confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But
Right.
I'm saying,
Where
but
did
when
her
you say
fact
official
check-
documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No,
Let
this
me
was
go
one of the things that I
documents.
went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking
Okay.
about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And
Yeah,
yes,
let's
are
pull
you
them up.
disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it
Yeah,
up?
pull
Because
it up.
I
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night.
Yeah, like they can't
Amber
get
Robinson was
cell phones in.
interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that.
You don't know your
So when
anonymous source.
the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office
Oh my God, Andrew,
up
come
to
on,
I
man.
think it's Salt
This
Lake City.
moderator is terrible.
I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning. I think I got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, "I'm turning my son in because he's guilty,"
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson
we don't
knew
know
his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say, involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him. Yes. And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay,
because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. And then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually
get
discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
the
parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at?
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question. I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm
not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
up for death. If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form gonna be up,
Innocent.
you couldn't shut me up.
Well,
Or my wife, she
exactly.
would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These
The
people are
attorneys are
lying
not
through their
doing
teeth.
that.
They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah,
That's not how
that's
that
for you
works.
and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a
She
more
said she
responsible
would
consideration.
violate it.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what
But
would
if, I mean,
happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like they're
Yeah.
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be
Based on what now?
he's saying,
Based on
"Oh,
the statements of
well,
the
it's him
parents.
saying
It's
the
on
parents
the-
told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents.
We can
I
dispute it
will
now.
say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be
on
a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Right.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that they
discovery.
didn't receive that information?
No, they
They
just
had discovery.
received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
It's not Candace.
the
Objection.
probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
they never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No.
Yes, they
they're,
could
no,
have.
they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up
They
there.
have to admit
So they're not
everything
allowed to
on how
present
this
anything?
works.
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right
They
then and there,
admitted
would they
evidence.
present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree.
Wait,
I think
wait,
that
no,
they,
that's
I
not
think
how
that
it
they
works,
not
Candace.
only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had
That's what the
actual
hearing
evidence
is
that there was
for.
fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce
Exactly.
that.
You
So when in the
introduce the
document
evidence
that they
into the case.
filed yesterday or a couple of
Oh,
days
she's so
ago,
stupid.
Mhm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough
Mhm.
that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is
The
for them
preliminary hearing
to
is where you
meet
admit
in
evidence.
court and
Into the
for
case.
the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is
What is he
defective
talking
and you
about?
should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then
What?
that's
What
why
does
they
that
then
mean?
file the dismissal, right? So in the
The law on
dismissal,
the
what they're
book.
doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah, but
these
that's
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
What I
you're
am,
asking
what I
why
am,
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like,
It's on
no
the law
way,
book.
there's no possible, this never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the
My
gag order
son
would be
did
enough
it.
to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to
Candace
keep them
did it.
quiet. I think that's
Candace
quite
did it.
ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe
Why?
this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting
Candace
for the
did it.
evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
the
a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right.
Well, you
That's
didn't
your
do it.
argument to me.
How old
right?
is she?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your
Candace, you
argument
don't have an
to
argument.
me
Uh-huh.
is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you. Is that you are saying why are
That's your
people
argument,
engaging
your
in
rebuttal.
what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're
Mhm.
just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is
You
not
know
strong
what
evidence,
rebuttal
right?
means.
this is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
No, it's not my argument.
That which convinces me.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. On the books, yeah. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial.
We don't care. Neither does the judge.
I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think.
We don't give a damn what you think either, Candace.
This like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's
That's
illegal.
why
You
we're
actually
debating, Candace.
You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this. And someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that. They're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how.
Objection.
It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up,
Candace
this is the prosecution filing showing defense.
Y'all notice that?
Had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable.
That's not what that means.
You're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
That we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my
numbers.
I don't remember how much it was. An absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage, and that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the
because they can still get it after the
Kathy video.
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the
I'd
disagreements
like to
now
also-
will move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying.
Because you've made
that
many,
you decide
many
that
claims.
it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
And we should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agree. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence.
Come on,
and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. You're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
You have accused Erica Kirk of murder.
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slammed down. I was waiting for that photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say
objection.
We were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm finding last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map, the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. What the hell are you talking about? And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. For 4 minutes. That's absurd. That is absurd.
Are you done?
Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed and back up for resale. That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving me those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix.
Did you say artifact?
That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene.
Are we getting there?
This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday,
Your Honor,
the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory.
Objection.
So to speak, maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than we would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look
Candace, you're so stupid. Are you done?
So go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to
Stop
say
asking her
something?
questions.
If they had, I was expecting, here we have him. He took the shot. Here it is. And then I'd be like, great. A clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson. And he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
Go to court.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of their being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
we
good,
haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me.
She would never say that.
I don't mind.
Candace, nothing is good enough for her code.
And justice searchers and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended.
Right.
Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now.
Corroborating evidence.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like
to
take an ad break?
Take an
ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
This is
all right, you guys. You've probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately.
Candace, let me tell you something. I know I said for you to take the money and do the damn interview or debate. You just rambling on and coming up with dumb shit. People can hear that. Hear you do that in your show. We're not here for your show. This is not an episode of your show. This is supposed to be a debate. Why isn't Candace being fact checked? That's my question. This helper said the law's on the books. What the hell does that mean again? Candace is not an attorney. I feel like I have to say this as a disclaimer. This dumbass is not an attorney. She did not go to law school. She does not know laws. She does not know how court proceedings operate in the court of law, whether it be a civil matter or a criminal matter. And then she had the audacity to sit there and say, Tyler Robinson's parents are under a gag order. Therefore, it is impossible for them to come out and to vehemently defend their son if they felt he was innocent. So when it comes to them saying, hey, my son is innocent, he didn't do that shit. Candace is saying they're under gag order and they can't say anything at all. But yet and still, though, they're not saying that because you can say that all you want. Your attorneys are not going to tell the parents of the suspect, don't go out and advocate for your child's innocence. The attorney can't tell them that. They have freedom of speech as well. They have the right to go out if they felt that their son was innocent. They have every right to go out and say, we are fighting for our son's defense. We believe he's innocent, and we want the evidence to be presented to the court to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If that cannot happen and the shoe doesn't fit, you must have quit. If the Converse doesn't fit, you must have quit. She acts as if they can't say that, and they can. So Candace is still dumb. And all PBD is doing is sucking donkey dick. The hell wrong with him? How old is that man? I'm sitting up here like, oh my God, objection. Like he's not even trying to moderate this. He is letting her go on and on and on. We are not watching an episode of Candace's show. We're not in the damn mood. No one wants to watch her stupid ass show. What we want is a debate. Where are her fact checkers? Because he has put up information at least 4 times so far. And this dumb heifer has yet to put up one piece of evidence from her fact checkers. PBD rolls, he rode the slow bus with a helmet on. He just sit up here sucking donkey D. At the very least, let me tell you something. I would love to moderate this. Because I would cut off, be like, girl, you get 2-3 minutes and that's it. And then we're switching over. You have to sit here and act like a grown adult today. All that nonsense you doing, you sit here trying to take cheap shots, girl, that doesn't faze him. Andrew Wilson sitting there like, what's wrong with her? Like, you trying to comment and are you done? You know, have you... she's sitting here trying to be funny and she's not. That's how stupid this is. When I heard her say laws on the books, I was like, oh yeah, I'm done. Cal said heifer. Don't stop saying you need a t-shirt with Cal saying heifer. We definitely got to get one where PBD sucks donkey D. You had did the whole song earlier. You can't make this up. I'm sitting here like, when you gonna get back to trying to prove that TPUSA and Erica Kirk did it? When is that gonna happen? Y'all, we got them in the background. Shout out to Erica Kirk and rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. There you go. I'm waiting on this. Because she sat here and accused this woman of something. And then said, off to jail, Erica. Or at least be interrogated. Based on what, Candace? Today is the day for this little punk ass alien to present evidence to show why Erica Kirk should be off the jail. And she is trying her hardest to avoid it. Y'all notice that? She's stalling, deflecting, and trying to avoid discussing any of these stupid ass conspiracy theories around Erica Kirk and TPUSA. Erica, I hope you're taking notes. Somebody get Andrew COVID. Tell her to take notes. We listening to you, you dumb heifer. Write everything down. Put timestamps down. Write timestamps on the videos, Erica. That way, when you sue the crap out of her, see, that's what she's scared of. Candace, because you a coward. You said all that shit in your shows. Now, when it comes down to a debate where you need to be fact-checking and providing evidence, you delaying accusing TPUSA and Erica Kirk again. Why? Did you say Erica Kirk should go to jail? Now we want to see evidence as to why you saying she should go to jail. We don't do that here. Now your baby daddy country in Russia, because Putin her baby daddy. Putin's Candace's baby daddy. In your baby daddy country, they jail people for nothing. In the United States of America, we don't do that shit. It's called due process. So we want to know what evidence Candace has to show that TPUSA and Erica Kirk murdered Charlie Kirk. Helped to cover up an assassination, conspired. I don't care how you put it. Because otherwise, Candace, is defamation. Erica, get the timestamps on this. I'm ready to go all the way there. Y'all see what he doing? Andrew Wilson is like, yeah, let me make sure we set this on up so when Erica Kirk is ready to sue the shit out of her, she'll have timestamps in this video. Because she's supposed to be bringing evidence. Candace, you might want to call your baby daddy. Tell him, listen, I might need to come over there and flee to Russia for a while. I need to hire $50 million. Because TPUSA Erica Kirk gonna sue the hell out of me. We having this baby together. Putin, you gonna pay child support. Oh, pray or not. Yeah, sees her being a pregnant makes her run her damn mouth. You don't know how to shut the hell up. He's like, I could go upstairs and George can use his phone to send text messages from my phone. However that happens, Candace, it's called data. It's called phone data that can give coordinates with date and timestamps. So forensic specialists have a way to get data out of a device, an electronic device, where it can pinpoint where the person was when they sent the text. That is in the phone data, you dumbass alien. Your car has data in it. There's a black box in these new age vehicles where it will tell you where that vehicle was during certain events in the car data. Driving, hitting the red light, the coordinates of where you went. They can track your whole travel path with your car data. Why does she act like this stuff doesn't exist? And then she moving the goalposts. Whenever he fact checked her, well, no, that's what I said though. But that's not what you said. That's why we pulling this up, because you didn't say that at all. Child, phone towers. Yep. Bounce off data to your phone. That reception you get on your phone is what allows your phone to connect to those towers. And it bounces off coordinates. They use that data from your phone to tell you where you were when you sent the text, or when you made a call, or when you were surfing something online. They can tell you your whole internet history with your phone data. And then tell you the percentage of how many websites you went on with a certain trigger word. Candace hates the fact that there are people on earth smarter than her dumbass. She like, this is all new to me. Like, has she never seen hearing in court? I'm waiting for her to bring up Erica Kirk and TPUSA, because we waiting for that one. She gonna lose it. I have to take my son somewhere. I hope to see y'all rest replay. Thank you all. All right, MB Burt. Be careful, honey. I try to be, y'all, because if not, I'll be yelling. Y'all hear me yelling objection every 5 minutes. Objection. This dumb alien. Can't make this stuff up. Y'all. All she's doing is moving the goalposts right now. I gotta sit down. That's all she's doing. She's just moving the goalposts. I didn't say this. I said this, but I didn't say that. Yeah, but I said this. But no. I said this, but not that. Yeah. That's all she's doing. She gonna keep doing it, y'all. We about to get into Erica Kirk TPUSA, because that's what he want to get to. And I know why, and I'm here for it. Candace, you really are stupid. I love it when a plan comes together. Don't y'all? Candace. This blow pop is good. I love it when a plan comes together. It is. What you and the devil mean for evil, God will turn it around for good in your favor. Erica Kirk, make sure you're getting timestamps. She getting ready to lie like hell on you. Candace, I told you had it coming. We told her she had it coming. Talking about the laws on the books. What does that mean? Y'all, I'm so stupid. While Candace is an idiot, we all know that. Oh man, this is something else. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. We're having a good time. Gary's got over 2,000 people over there. Ryan's got over 1,000. Joshua Carr's got over 1,000. We got about 300 tuning in on Twitter X. Continued Freedom and Jay Witt around 30. We got over 300 people in here total. 360 people in here. Make sure you all hit that like button. We waiting on Candace to come back and defame Erica Kirk and TPUSA. Yes, we are. Candace, aren't you glad you took this debate, girl? I love it when a plan comes together. Candace, you dumber than a brick. Hit that like button and tell me what number you are. I knew she was going to show up. But I thought she would just get to the point. Like all this fluff she throwing out there. It's so stupid. She's having the alien. I was like, okay, here's the time for her to just, double down on this stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to let it loose. Come on, okay, cool. You letting everything loose. Go ahead and show us your evidence and fact check everything. No. Candace has not been fact checked one time. Not one time. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button and let me know what number you are. Should have had Dan Bongino.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Oh,
so just to be
God.
clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you.
No, I mean, her
other things
bringing
that
up
I've
her
discussed
evidence.
that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that
she knows nothing.
For whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're
but okay,
debate.
so now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
I don't know what you're
I
going to
get it.
ask.
Just so
If-
we're clear.
Usually in the
Right.
debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can
I'm
say
just,
that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed
No
to say,
one is doing
you're just
that.
going to come
Being a
against the
punk.
wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the
Why
first
are we
half
not
of this
debating? This is
about
not debating.
why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating.
No, we're still debating.
No, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your-
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit
You're
outside of
talking
the
about
evidence.
free
I
debate.
actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
We are
You're
debating.
not going to go like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on
Erica,
trial.
pay
Okay,
attention,
great.
Griff.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
who?
the correct officials in government. That's what I
Who?
was
What
told, and I
government?
handed over that information
I
to
thought she
Tulsi
didn't like
Gabbard's
Islam.
office.
What's your best piece of evidence?
She
for
doesn't
that?
trust the government, though.
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
She doesn't trust the
It was
government, though.
told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off
government?
that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
Tulsi Gabbard.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't
Not
have the
the
power to do
FBI.
that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this
Trump
becomes
can't
this,
do nothing about
this
it.
other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct
Tulsi Gabbard.
government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information that
agree.
They told
but
you
then
that
you
there
go,
was
well,
transactions
where's your
being
evidence? It's
made.
like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if
That's
somebody
not your
calls and
evidence.
says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you,
To
and that
Tulsi
person
Gabbard.
definitively has the rank quick to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it. I'm not trying to embarrass
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Stop it, joking.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because...
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe Kent. Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just have a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences,
what we've said is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. The day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed.
Candace, you said all this before.
Right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie
Kirk. The hell you
I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Play the video.
I don't know what the video is.
I don't care. I know. Play it. Come on, y'all. Let's go.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play.
Play the video.
That Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah.
Play that
said
video.
evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
Play it.
involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Come on, y'all. Get the clip.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Mm.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
now have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that
And
I
Erica.
reported
She said
said
Erica.
that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again,
Timestamp this, Candace.
this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think. I just tell you.
said full
Yes,
confidence.
I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I
You said
said
full
here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if
I
there's
said
positive
I,
evidence
in
for your
this statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying
to think,
you
but
have
you're making a
positive evidence.
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I
Yes.
agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or
yeah,
not
but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is if
but
you have
what's your issue?
positive
Then what is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is
Erica.
involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I
it's
think.
with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on,
sister-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So if
You got it.
Israel and France assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving towards things that I have said that I
Play
think,
your
which I
video.
can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this
that.
debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100%
It's
pertinent.
not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not
Yeah.
need to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply.
No
I'm just
one's
asking you
trying
direct
to reply
questions.
you.
I have full confidence that
Full confidence.
you
They
do
did.
not feel
She
that
did.
you represented your claim
That's what
well.
she said.
And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
Play the video.
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
asking
it. I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think
BBB
Israel
stuff,
is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in
France
this.
and
I just
And
explained to you in
TBUSA.
the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like
That
tens
is
of
getting me.
thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved
And
in the
they're-
most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So,
Girl, you
for
lying like
example,
hell.
when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Whose
the
name
name?
was?
Of course.
Of course.
What's the
Of
name?
course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out
What's that
there
name again?
making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature.
That's what you did.
So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This
Okay.
happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. and you're basically
We don't
coming
care.
in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to regulate
say it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor
asking
trying to
questions.
regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
Nope.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the
it's
next
just
clip
you
you have
repeating
prepared.
yourself.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said
They
that
who?
in hearing it.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
pass down that message
Give
to
us the name of that
Tulsi
person.
or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that
Give
Trump's
us the
office
name.
never got back to us. It was kind of
'Cause it's
weird
not
about
real.
like from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did
They're
receive a
not.
response from Tulsi
White House does
Gabbard's
not
office,
investigate.
but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the
The
call
White House
was,
don't
hey,
investigate.
I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And
You said they were trying to
that-
kill you.
I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you
like
didn't
It
give
was not a lot
specifics
of
who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would like
Perfect.
yeah.
So
No,
if
'cause
they
she-
do contact you,
100.
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
Why she can't
I
tell
would
us?
absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in
Way to
writing.
investigate.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said
Why
it was
don't
on
you
his
keep cutting
desk,
him
so
off?
he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
No,
Is
she
there
need to
enough
say it.
credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so
We
why
don't
he's
have to
asking me
believe
to
that
defend
shit.
that is like
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why
You
are
don't
they
have
not
to believe
reaching out
that.
to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
I don't care.
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that
probably
she
didn't
didn't
tell
emailed.
them
think
a
it was
name.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be
The
followed
White
up
House
on
does not
within the
investigate.
confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mhm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved
No, they don't
with
exist.
TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know
She's
who
a
the
regular
source
woman,
is.
some
We
more
don't know
important than
any
Well,
of
anybody
this.
else.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
don't
could
know
they?
anything.
They didn't come
If
get
she didn't give it
the
to them.
information,
Candace lied.
more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
Candace
file.
lied.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you
nothing
send
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I
Can
sent
y'all
the
get back
email,
to Eric
assuming
Kirk
that's
and
you're
TPUSA?
saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're
The White
investigating
House
this,"
does
and
not
that didn't happen,
investigate
which is
that.
what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
So-
did you?
So actually, it was three offices:
let me ask one
the
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't
That
about
has
Israel.
nothing
It was
to
they
do
were
with it.
saying the French
Move
foreign,
on.
that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And I
surprised they haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be
Move
very
on.
strange too.
I do as well.
Because
Mike,
who would
White House
want to
does
make a
not
report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
let
when
me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean,
It's a
what I've
lie.
said is what I publicly
A
have
whole
said
lie.
here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when
It's a
in
whole
terms of any
lie.
of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else
They
that was going on in
do.
Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our
The state of
capacity. Like when
Utah
people
will
keep
not
saying
do
she
that.
has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've
They
broken
will not do it.
like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're
Not
not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that there is none of them
we can
believe
all
that
do
there's a
that.
conspiracy. My
My
sources
sources
claim
that Candace
all
is
of them
an
really
alien.
think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical,
My
wouldn't
sources
you
that
say
Candace is full
what?
of shit.
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that,
talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying.
is a
I have, because people trust me,
your
compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Candace is an idiot.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well, I mean, committing a crime. Most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes.
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double? But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been,
You
I
don't
don't
care
know,
about your box.
seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because
care
it
about
doesn't
the
need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing
It's
is
all
funny
your
is
People
fault,
like,
act like
Candace.
I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I said
you
is
lying,
on my
help 'em.
podcast. I
How would that
think
get you in a legal pickle?
firmly
How would it get you in a legal
that
pickle? Come on, Candace.
if
How would
I
I
was
get
the
you in a legal
investigating
pickle?
officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Based on what?
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Come on.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think
Based
it was
on what?
not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80%
80% of
of
what?
homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned
How do you know that was never
Where?
considered?
because
What
they
was it
gave
considered?
back the backpack as just
What
one
backpack?
example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back
Erica Kirk, I hope you
the
listen.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
well, I
Let's
mean,
keep
it
talking.
shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a
Not
$100
comfortable with
million
that
incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
What
what
$100
I'm
million
saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want
So
to
what-
back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video. If you don't mind,
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Come on, play the video.
Best also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it.
Timestamp this.
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. 'Cause what
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the
Yeah,
death
she
of
gonna
Charlie
sue you.
Kirk? Let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this
What is
narrative
she
that Tyler
complicit in?
Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips.
What
Like I
is she
said, you
complicit
didn't
in?
have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
Complicit
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Of course you can.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler
I
Robinson
love it when a
did
friend
this?"
comes together.
And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning
Candace,
what
did
she's
you record
wearing
that
and all this stuff. I was
2.5
like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird
Don't
to
know.
think that
Don't know.
did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah,
Oh,
but
no.
that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know,
You said
that's
she's
why she's
complicit.
that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a
That's cool.
conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
How does that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Complicit in what?
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that
You've been
then you take a
sued,
look at
Candace.
this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you
Candace
say,
said,
okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips, it's not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer. And
Yeah, we do
her
too.
lawyer says to us,
F is
she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her,
Uh-huh.
and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. we're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
What was she?
And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen?
Complicit in?
And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
It's what you're
but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence, and now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. Yes, that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? No. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble.
With
George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
Call Erica by her maiden name.
Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, go for it. I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's, listen, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
I want to go out.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just
demanded a video.
That this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to the guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good
faith
to answer questions,
do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion, but I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you.
Yes, they do.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica. And now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually you're
in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to.
I am the queen of
you just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, but it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
They don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy. Right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
It's both.
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's us.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed.
Where's our evidence?
By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified.
She's very qualified
to run the organization. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that
no, it's not.
Any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your team is asking to how it's complicit. Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
I'm ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Eric, I hope you listen.
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably.
Can you answer the damn question?
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare
the
clips, but
I
didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, like it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here.
Okay.
And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that. And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
he slowed down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved.
Well, why are you able to assert your position
because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere.
Yep.
It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am
sorry.
I not
Science,
BSing,
you're-
I'm telling you the
you're
truth.
just- no,
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not
This
at the
is
bottom of the
physics.
shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record,
It's science.
watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's
You can fact check
it's
it.
complete. Your
Fact check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displaces air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
It's not
it's
underneath
this
the
big,
shirt.
and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
Yeah,
underneath
it comes
the
with the
shirt.
energy.
It starts up
cuffs.
here and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
This
Okay,
is
I
a
understand
matter
you can't
of
show it for TOS
science.
purposes. That's
Exactly.
fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate
Mm-hmm.
it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like
Hey,
this. It
Smile.
goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie
This
even
is
reacts. If you watch it in
science.
slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you
Okay.
see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you think
platform.
that an explosion generally has smoke?
Candace, you're an idiot.
I don't
This is
think that
about
there's any
science
quality
and
version
physics.
of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was
denying
used inside
science.
the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how
Why
shape
do you
charge
have
would
an
work.
opinion about something exploding
I
if you
presented
don't
the
know how
evidence of what was in the
science
car,
works?
and I also at that episode that you're clipping said John
He's
Bray
retarded.
has done an unbelievable amount of work on this,
Mhm.
and
We
I
don't
think
give
he
a
has
damn about
debated
him.
a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send
Hell,
you
you
on.
mean?
For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I
For the
do
purpose of my
believe
show.
to answer your question that it is a hypothetical. I mean that it is a
She knows
theory
nothing.
that should be thoroughly explored.
No, it's
There's
not.
two clips
Nope.
your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Oh, Candace is so stupid. She's defying science and physics. She knows nothing about mass and energy.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people. And this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera. And I've
Why's
never
he
seen a
laughing?
shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then
He
getting
repeating
him
her
off the
bullshit.
X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get
Nothing to
Erica
do with
Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick
He's
to
repeating her
forgive the
nonsense.
alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions."
He is
I'm
just
a SEAL
repeating
Team 6
Candace's
sniper.
bullshit.
I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
Dumbass
He's actually
nonsense.
said very little about the explosive there.
Nothing.
So
He
he's
said
saying
nothing about it.
He said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never
He said
seen a
nothing
shirt
about
move
an
like that,
explosion.
and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he
no
just said.
dispute, but
No.
when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I
can't
was in
catch
real
this.
time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I
No.
just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not
She couldn't
what
see
he
it.
saw, and
because
he
you-
thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your,
Yeah.
your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we
This
have
is
another
based on physics.
a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell
Oh
you about
my
ethos
God.
because life has
This girl is too busy sitting there throwing a tantrum to where she can't even accept science, dealing with energy and mass. The energy being released from the impact of the bullet hitting the human body, the blowback it gives. That's what it's called. When you have a sudden burst of energy, you're going to get some blowback. That's what he means by the air coming up, popping out of his shirt. It's the blowback. It's the energy being released that causes that poof of air to pop the shirt up. You have that same energy being released that causes blowbacks on anything else. Whether it's a bullet or a projectile or whatever, there's always some blowback. That is how physics works. And this dumbass girl, my anonymous sources, Candace, told me that you're stupid. She also does not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. So when anything was asked about numbers and mathematics, y'all notice how she continuously deflected from that. She doesn't know numbers. She doesn't know science. She doesn't know math. Physics, that stuff goes over her head. He's talking about the energy and the mass of the object. Like, none of that registered with her. E equals MC squared. Candace would not know what the hell you're talking about. If you were to say, Candace, E equals MC squared, she would be like, what the hell is that? Why are you multiplying letters? Candace would be one of those ones. It's like, why are you doing that? That's not math. You're multiplying letters. Now, what is MC squared? I mean, is that supposed to be MC hammer times 2? I mean, what do you want me to get out of that? MC squared equals E. What does E stand for? Is that E means eat? What is the E for? Is E for Erica? MC squared equals murdered Charlie squared. Is that what I'm, it seems like that's what you want me to think. You want me to think Erica equals murdered Charlie squared, because that's what E equals MC squared means to me. I don't know why else you would ask me that, because that's all I'm hearing in that. That's my personal opinion, that E equals MC squared is Erica equals murdered Charlie Kirk squared. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Candace sat up here and referred to that woman by her maiden last name and got mad because Erica Kirk said my Charlie. And she wants to make it seem as if they were neutral. The hell you will. You and the devil are a liar, Candace. You cannot stand Erica Kirk's guts. You calling this woman Erica France. Let's not forget about the 8-part god-awful series that no one watched except your bots and your cult members, because they never liked it in the first place. And she wants to give this impression like, oh no, it was all cool and everything. And then I met with her, and then she lied because she won't tell me everything she knows. She owes you nothing, heifer. Erica Kirk does not owe Candace, Amber, Rose, Owens, Farmer, the dumb demon, a damn thing. Not one damn thing. And I want that to be clear. Candace has no idea what energy of mass is. She said herself she does not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. We said, okay, we'll go with it. This dumb demon sitting here getting mad because people bringing up stuff that's science. I don't know. Oh no, I don't know energy and mass. And no, inertia. What is that? You're talking about air and wind. No, you have your opinion. This is a matter of physics. E equals MC squared. I don't know that. I don't know that. No. That's your opinion. It is your opinion that E equals MC squared. Well, what I say, I'm going to have to take me a good ass nap after this. All the brain cells we losing by listening to this stupid demon. Candace, here's what my juice is left. Y'all see how big this cup is? This juice is almost done. because you just can't make this shit up. Science goes over her head, y'all. Oh my God. How you doing? It's like, I want Andrew to dude, I think he's kind of, you know what? Let me say this. Candace is one where she's gonna throw a whole tantrum, and then she's gonna do what she's doing now. I told you all that. I said, brace yourself. She's gonna get in, and she's just gonna start over talking, and she's just gonna keep running her damn mouth. I already said that. Hit the floor. Y'all know I said this last night. I said all she's gonna do is come in and over talk and interrupt, and I'm surprised she's not yelling and screaming. That's all she's gonna do. And she's doing exactly what we knew she was going to do. I think Andrew Wilson realized, I'm not even able to get a fair shake in this debate because the simp ass moderator with his punk ass sucks donkey D and will not stop Candace. You won't tell her, like, listen, you got 2 minutes to respond, and then we have to give him an opportunity to respond. He's literally, the moderator is sitting there asking questions as if he's a part of the debate. You're supposed to be the neutral party. That's not how debates work. You're supposed to be neutral. He's sitting here asking questions to Candace, throwing her softball questions like, oh, if they were to reach out to you, would you be able to give them the name of your anonymous source that works with the French government? The answer is no. Because she made the bullshit up. The White House does not investigate. That's not the role that the White House, the executive branch of government, plays. They don't investigate. The FBI would be the one to investigate that. And because she lied like hell and never filed a formal email or complaint with the FBI, there's nothing for them to do with that. She's no different than any other American citizen. Her sending Tulsi Gabbard and all these people emails mean nothing. She sent them text messages. That's how serious Candace took that so-called assassination attempt. She sent text messages, but she couldn't file a formal complaint online or send a formal email and be as detailed as possible. She sent them a text message, and she said that out of her own mouth. So what the hell are they supposed to do? The White House doesn't investigate. So telling them means what? Trump not stun her. Trump like, we don't handle that. What you sending this stuff for? Tell her to go to the FBI. But yet she admits, I did not send a formal email or anything because, you can't send false complaints. So if it's not a false complaint, file a complaint. The same thing about this group chat with the 92 people. Candace, I double dog dare you, you moron, to file a report or complaint to any law enforcement on 92 people accusing them, us, of doxing you. Whole crime. I dare you. Your little punk ass is all talk and no bite. All bark. What her punk ass gonna do? Because if she won't, she could have filed a complaint and said, here's the summary of my complaint I filed to the FBI online. It's going to give you a reference number, a confirmation number, and everything. Why didn't she do it? Candace, when you going to go to file a report? You said file a report. On this group chat thing. We're still waiting. I'm waiting. Candace, we would class action your dumb ass. Can't make this up. This is what she's doing. All I can hope for is Erica Kirk is getting timestamps and using her federal lawsuit against Candace. Erica Kirk, you're gonna have to sue her. Period. Sue her. I've been saying that from day one. So while she's lying, trying to make it seem like I don't have any issues with Erica Kirk. You know, she didn't care. Candace has been jealous of Erica Kirk from day one. She didn't run any interference. She was not Charlie Kirk's wingman. None of that shit. She wanted to be with him, and he was like, ew. Ew, you're just the intern. He knew her. He knew what he was dealing with. And he was like, no thanks. He make this stuff up, man. Oh, y'all, we almost done it. Shout out to you, Marcho, for the $5 super. I'm effing nervous. Oh, I didn't get my supers in last time. You guys, if you can, please share the Gifts and Go link. Is there. And I appreciate you all's support. Thank you all so much. Wyoming gals, shout out to the mods of the LLC. Gifted 5 LLC memberships. Yvette with 30 jewels. Thank you so much. Classic Modern with 350 jewels. Appreciate you. And Cosmic Journey with 30 jewels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Make sure you all are hitting that like button. If you are tuning in from X, bring your behinds over here to YouTube and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. We're on our way to 50,000 supporters. So give a like, subscribe. Y'all know I keep it raw and real because I just do. And the Candy Ass Cult members love nothing more than to suppress my content in the algorithm. Let's prove it wrong. And hit that like button and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. That support is free.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're
conceded
going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Play it.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
Yep. We want to torture you.
All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
Bringing it up.
Sue her, Erica.
Straight to jail, straight to jail.
For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be obsessed with this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Nope.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not
Nope.
collect
You want her
$200.
jail.
It's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we
No,
explain
it's
that
not.
actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started
not how
to
that
think
works.
that
You want her
she
to go
should be
to jail.
sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica
You want her to go to
should
jail.
be sat down and she should
No.
be properly questioned.
Do you know that she
She's
hasn't
been
been?
questioned.
No, actually, that would be a great
So
thing for the
shut the fuck-
spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's
Yeah,
already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they
do
don't,
they?
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I
Yeah,
want to say
she's gonna
something on
use
my
against
show, I
you in a
can
court
say
of
that.
law.
I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like
No,
you
you
need to
want
be
them
sat
to
down
do
for
that.
questioning,
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been. That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have
Yeah,
been?
so weird.
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
I think you're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
no, it's not junk. If the query
She didn't
is
know how
why
logic
is it
works.
that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not
knowledge
she's
if they
been sat
did.
down for questioning or
Mhm.
not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening
wanna go
because
to jail.
something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Hmm.
So,
But no
like I
one's
said, I
calling
feel like
her
now
to
you're just kind of
question.
filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
So
time,
what?
I mean, I want to just
I would do
assert
the same thing.
how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to
Gotcha
do was
clip.
just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something,
You
or
don't remember
I
nothing
do
now?
remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait, I
fair.
expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to
cut him
bring
off.
claims that
Your
you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's
Yeah.
assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well.
Nope.
What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me.
Sure,
We
so
did. You
this
got
time.
through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do
You
think
did
that we
not.
fell, I
You
think
don't
we fell
wanna
short
play
of that.
clips.
There's
No.
nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was
This is part of
overwhelming
it.
evidence.
This
You
are
want
your
her to go to
claims
jail.
about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere
No,
and
you
you
want her
want
to
to
go to
talk
jail
about the
for this case.
transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through.
And like 4
Yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the
man.
general
I don't think 4 out
perception
of 5 even were.
is your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just-
quite a
just- you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
man.
Just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I
You
feel
lie
like
like
Three.
hell.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
you
for
want her
point
in
out
jail.
yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is
Claims.
too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim
Uh,
that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier
Duh.
when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me
They
responding
ain't go her to go to
to
jail.
your
It's not
criticism
talking.
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip they
be
want
the
to play
The
for
one
7
more.
days.
Oh,
ago.
so
We got
quick.
one more
Had
clip
to.
and
You
then
were
we
getting
go
into
to
the
bed.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you.
That's
Okay, we have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
Come on,
They want to hit the
Your
minimum of
ass up.
4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
play it.
It's absurd.
So what? She gonna sue you.
okay.
She gonna sue her.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Play the video. Candace, you took this debate, girl. I love it when a plan comes together.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can
You
I ask a
kinda
question?
look
Or are we
stupid.
Not
Y'all see
really.
this?
I'm just gonna.
okay?
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The
But-
contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
He never say you
You're
can
gonna
respond.
respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that
They're happy to
people
have a
can
debate.
fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with
You
her
know,
asking
and
a question
watch
or
it
no?
so
Said no.
bad.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Play the clip.
You guys have it in the back?
Let's go.
Okay, beautiful.
Let's go. I'm waiting. I'm so excited. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. We don't see it. Come on, y'all.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime.
Let's go.
Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs,
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs
She can
has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was
Could you lie?
on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually
Y'all
here
have to
trying to
lie,
engage,
man.
because I even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip planned. I said
Secret
to you
clip?
when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So
Oh,
I hope your team
y'all.
feels fulfilled in
You
playing
love
that.
clips.
Is there any more? I'm happy to
feel
play
good.
every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the
Bad.
beginning of
Oh,
Oh
the
yeah, we
lying.
should
You had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on the show. Sure.
so you're going to read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can I
show.
ask why?
Well,
Because
I
it's his
wanna
show.
Drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people
Drip that
coming back to the
evidence.
show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just
drip
saying,
that
like,
evidence.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well,
Let's
I also
go.
would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because
don't
my
like
general
evidence.
perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's?
You can really, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just
You
answer
put
the
him in
That's
the
question.
hot
fair.
seat.
Name
Can you
all
name
7
two?
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually
Murder.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
Name all 7.
and
No.
I
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Do
Sure,
it.
you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't
Name
have to put
them.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name 'em.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay,
a death sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's
Murder.
not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
next.
just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy
on,
of thinking
help
that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
yeah, the more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Let's
that.
go.
You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm because I'm speak.
asking. You just got.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know things.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also
Come on.
showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No,
with it.
just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why
Yeah,
him
this
being
lying
up
big
for
man.
the death sentence. And I
big
actually
man.
find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be
Erica Kirk go sue her.
very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder.
Man.
And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to
We knew
pretend like
you
it's some
was overtalking
sport.
himself.
I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not.
Blah,
It's
blah, blah,
about
blah, blah,
being right and being principled when you're engaging.
That's
And
why he played
you
clip.
can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the
No,
time.
you don't.
But
You
at
seen him
least be
lie.
genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know
She's
one of
lying.
the 7 charges that are up
Don't
against
give a
Tyler
damn.
Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
So
I think
full
your
of shit.
team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he
Eric
just asked you
Kirk
about.
from
If you guys
Sherlock.
want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went
She
through.
had a mic in her ear.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check
Yeah.
my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I
They
have
were in
not
her
had one
ear.
communication
Telling
with
her
a single
answer.
person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do
They
it
were in her
because
ear.
you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do it.
see it?
I'm just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
He
See
is
if
the
anyone was
worst.
texted
He
at all
needs
during
some
this debate
donkey dick.
All right.
Worst, man.
about the violent charges
Yeah.
or anything.
It's sent.
I'm looking through this. You give me
You,
Like,
permission.
no,
you
to
have
I'm
look
not
at
full
it.
gonna let
You're
permission
not
to
gonna
go
give me
through my
This is
phone.
irrelevant.
I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last
Objection.
one has
You cheated.
nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
So
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them to
Yes.
1132 because after that, I don't need to read.
Candace,
it.
what's in your
Any
ear?
other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to
Still
like.
telling her
I
answers.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
baby
I
daddy
just,
telling her to
I
answer.
have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing.
Who
there.
was telling her to
Yeah.
Yeah.
answer?
Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay.
No,
So
you
said
haven't
you
actually
discovered the
confirmed that
story
Robinson
first.
was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January.
The
I
owner
spoke
didn't tell you
to the
nothing.
owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of
But
what
they
I
didn't
shared. Is what
confirm it was
happened.
Tyler Robinson.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what
Did
I
not
was referring
confirm
to
it
when I
belonged
said
to
stay
Tyler
tuned
Robinson.
and keep following his stuff because he went to go
No,
which
we're
I-
not.
do
He
what I
didn't
hadn't
confirm it was
done,
Tyler
which was he
Robinson.
interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
No,
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard
you didn't
evidence
see it.
that
I
is-
agree with
Just
that.
Yeah,
But,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
but is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that
Why?
is behind that.
Just
story.
answer
Well, the reason I'm
question.
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is
That we
good
don't
enough to
know his
put on
name,
our
though.
timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that the
Why stay tuned? Just
having
do it.
spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay.
The owner
And
did
if
not
it gets
confirm it was
debunked, I'm happy
Colorado.
to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I
No.
said, I
It's not.
did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To
You
be
take
submitted
that shit to
seriously.
court, girl.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a
Nope.
higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
process.
Yes,
asking
no.
specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we
Yeah,
do.
she
If
can
You
we
lie.
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure.
Lie.
But I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong
owner
evidence
has
that
not
is where he
confirmed it.
was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw
you know,
him?
I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what
Oh my
happens
God.
next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody
you a punk
accessing
ass.
his, knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley,
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say
run
that
him
I
out.
don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible.
it's
It's at
too
least
hard for
possible
her
that
to look at me.
the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time.
They would have
think
DNA
that
evidence on the
As
screwdriver.
you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence
DNA
of a
evidence.
police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a the
wait a
state to a
second.
bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be
Well,
official
so
to your show.
we shouldn't give a damn.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official
you
timeline,
want the
Candace Owens'
FBI to
official
pay
timeline
attention.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well,
Not at all.
Yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So
Because it's
not,
not
like you're
confirmed.
debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence
confirmed.
for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera
None.
there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
Nope.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like
I've been
'cause it-
following it very closely
Candace,
on
I said
X.
the
the
same thing.
receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you
Do
really
you
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
didn't. No, that's not split. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against
Covered
him. When
it
this is
live
like
with an
this is
attorney.
like getting literally to the crux,
Oh, man,
aggravated
that's-
murder versus
it-
murder.
It's
It's a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's
Ridiculous.
point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else?
And
It
you
would
want
be
the
Candace
FBI
Owens'
to
timeline.
take
I
it
just
What's
don't
your
have
serious.
issue with
issues
that?
with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the
wants
entirety of
the
the evidence
FBI to take it
revolves
seriously.
around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink, no alcohol,
We never see the
right?
name.
No
on
alcohol,
the
right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet, inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what? Roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And that's not been confirmed at all.
Not at
Not
all.
even a little bit.
I feel like
Nope.
saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me like
You
not just
didn't
being on X
confirm
looking
it
at
with
opinions,
Tyler
but
Robinson.
actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person,
No.
we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like
Everyone's
I've
gonna sue you.
demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in.
You
I
didn't
spoke
do
to the
shit.
owner of the restaurant. Obviously took
Yeah,
down
I
everything he
don't
said,
even know that.
noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was
The owner
published
says
is real.
differently.
A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it
We
from my
don't know
timeline.
the name
But
on
for
the
right now,
receipt.
I
It's
think that there's
redacted.
enough under the Utah
What the fuck?
1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for years.
Not at all.
Because you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support
Uh-huh.
than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my
dreamed
timeline, and I'm
everything, yo.
gonna keep it there. If that's cool.
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
None.
No hard evidence.
None.
Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Lord,
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you
Yo,
went,
she's
recorded
so
what you
big
searched,
mad. This dumb helper is so big mad. I love how you said, no, I'm going to take it on my show and just drip the evidence. Drip, 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 and drip, 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 drip the evidence. Drip the evidence. Y'all need just trolling her at this point. Getting underneath her skin. This girl sitting here mad as hell, just irritated. I don't like questions. Now, we get to ask you all these questions. See, Candace, I told you, you dumb heifer. You and your cult members, y'all gonna catch it. To the candy ass cult members, are y'all proud of y'all cult leader? She's sitting here getting big mad over questions because words are hard for her. You know, I should have told Andrew Wilson, make sure you say the word weird a lot. Make sure you use the word weird. Because if you use the word weird, she can relate to this stuff, right? It's like, oh, isn't it weird that this happened? Isn't it weird that the receipt was redacted? Isn't it weird that, DNA evidence like fingerprints could be on the screwdriver? Isn't that weird? Like, you don't need the police officers' camera footage to have battery juice to get DNA fingerprints off of a screwdriver. Isn't it weird how energy and mass works? Because physics. Isn't it weird? You got to use weird. That's the only word she knows. It's all she can spell and define. Oh, my good God in heaven. She was having a hard time saying translucent. Just butchering words. Oh, my good Lord have mercy. I think, listen, Andrew Wilson knew exactly what he was dealing with this dumb alien. He knew what he was dealing with. He knew what he was getting. He understood she's going to overtalk and interrupt. She's going to be a smart ass. She's going to do all this stuff because it's a deflection and a distraction tactic. Playing those clips was the best strategy, hands down, because she had no idea what he was going to play. And it proves his point using her words against her. That's how you have to do it with narcissists like Candace. You have to use her words against her. That's why people always say when it comes to these dumbass cult members, let me tell you something. The last thing you should try to do is to understand their thought process. It's not going to happen. Because if they have to lie to try to prove a point, they will. If they have to, if she's going to pivot the way she does, interrupt and distract and deflect and do all this stuff, having a debate with someone like that, where you're trying to get her to understand your point and then to understand her point, is moot. It's null and void. Playing the video clips where you use her words against her, because now she's like, well, you didn't play the whole thing and you took it out of context, but you said it. Whether I play it from the first half, the second half, or the third half, it don't matter. However you want to break that video down. I don't need to watch all of it to have the point being made in the portion of it that you said, where you said off to jail, Erica, at least interrogation. You said you want her to go to jail, or at the very least be interrogated. Now you want to sit here and talk about it. Oh, it's a Monopoly game piece. We ain't playing no Monopoly. This is not a game. It's not a game. We playing Monopoly right now. I didn't know we were playing Monopoly. So y'all saw what her excuse was with that. How stupid was it? Oh, no. Oh, it's Monopoly. It's like tongue in cheek, but that's not tongue in cheek. You actually want her to go to jail. You called for an innocent American without due process to be jailed. And you can't even say why. You want her to be interrogated, and you can't say why, because something's weird to you does not justify the police interrogating her when you don't know if they did already. This was the best way to do it. He should have done this entire debate. Play all these clips using her words against her. Hands down. Because now you have to clarify what the hell you've been saying. As opposed to, why did you say this? And why did you say that? Here's what you said. Now, if you're going to explain it, explain it. If not, you said it. And we're going to take it at face value and keep living. I didn't think she was talking about no Monopoly game when she said off to jail, straight to jail, Erica, or at the least, interrogation. Yeah, so all of this stuff is tongue in cheek. But yet you got 2 lawsuits sitting in your lap for defamation, Candace. Oh, man. Exactly why Omega. Andrew Wilson got her to
all right.
admit
We are
her
finally
evidence
at the end. For
opinion.
those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having to sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well. Of course, I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. He said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Thank you.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine.
Yep.
On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts.
Thank you.
And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too.
It has nothing to do with facts and evidence.
But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all.
None.
That Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Well said.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Take this AL, Candace.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Y'all, this Candace, you suck donkey. This dude sucked donkey dick. Candace sucked donkey dick. Andrew Wilson was on point. And he did ultimately what should have been done from the beginning. He used her words against her. He played her clips of her saying dumb shit and said, now, straight to jail, Erica. That's what you said, right? What does it mean that you feel like she, it's just, she conspired? What do you mean she was... He continuously asked her the same question over and over again regarding her being complicit. And he was like, okay, so explain that. Explain what do you mean when you say complacent? What was she complacent with? Explain it. She couldn't do it. And then she said, you trying to put me on eggshells and put me in a hot seat. Because she knows if she said anything remotely close to what she's been saying on her bum ass shows, Erica Kirk is listening. Candace, why you turn into a coward now? Why you a punk ass now? No. Keep saying what you've been saying on your dumb ass show. You did a whole 8, 9, 11, 12, 13 part series on Erica Kirk. You called this woman by her maiden name. You got mad because she said my Charlie. And now you want to be careful and walk on eggshells. Now you want to think, wow, if I say something out the way, she's going to sue me. Erica Kirk can sue you right now and still have a good case. You released her husband's medical information. You obtained illegally. Whole federal laws were violated. And then you already said that someone at the hospital sent it to you without her permission. You can be held legally liable for that. Invasion of privacy. Putting out medical information that was absolutely unnecessary. No one needed to know anything about his medical record number, none of that. It's not going to be used in the hearing. And then her dumb ass sitting here talking about the entire preliminary hearing was all hearsay. And then get mad when he said, well, that's what you just said. As opposed to just rewinding the video. Play the clip back. Hopefully Erica Kirk got some good timestamps because she definitely knows. She doesn't want another lawsuit. Now you want to sit here and be careful. What happened to all that energy, Candace? That you had all that, knuck if you buck energy. Where that energy go, heifer? You can make this up. Where all that knuck if you buck energy at, Candace? You can't make this shit up. Now all of a sudden, you just trying to get me to slip up and say something. Girl, you've already done that. We're past that point. We are past that point, Candace. You have already slipped up and said a lot of damn things that can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have 2 lawsuits in your lap, one of them being a federal complaint. And you know damn well when Erica Kirk flew out there to Tennessee, she was not flying out there to prove anything to you. She was trying to give you a warning. Because, see, all of a sudden now you know how to take heed to that warning by, you're not going to have me trip up and say anything. What you mean? So any other time you said sitting down here in your basement in front of a camera. But now you're in a debate and you scared because you're a punk. She's a coward. Candace, go all the way there. You got two lawsuits. What's 2 more? Oh my good Lord, have mercy. You can't make this stuff up. Y'all, I am hoping that Andrew Colvin got my message. I have invited him over to the LLC because I would love for him to join us. And let me show y'all. I would love for him to join us in the LLC and ask questions and just kind of get his take on things, kind of what's to happen after the murder trial and, anything else he want to share. I really would love for him to just come over here and vent. If you want to cuss Candace out, Andrew Colvin, you can come over here and do it. I will not stop you. I will not stop you. I'm going to let that roll. Let them rip. So hopefully you guys help push this up there to him. I would love for him to come over and have a conversation. And we're going to follow him back. He's following me. Y'all saw that? He's following me. We're following him back. So hopefully he'll be able to respond and say something and let us know what's up. Candace. One day I am going to go out there and visit TPUSA. And then what? And I'm going to go live. You dumbass alien. Feel like people can't go out and talk to TPUSA and Erica Kirk. Like, wait, you go out there and then you're just doing all this for them. So, Candace doesn't pay my bills. She doesn't run a damn thing. She owes me $10,000. So, her whole thing is, you came here to defend Erica Kirk. All that angst and hatred and animosity you have against this woman is utterly absurd, Candace. It's absurd. So the F what? It doesn't change the fact that we still have yet to see a receipt with Tyler Robinson's name on it from some restaurant called the Smokehouse. It doesn't change the fact that DNA evidence corroborated with other evidence was admitted into a court of law proving Tyler Robinson, 95 to 99% sure, murdered Charlie Kirk. Plus his own attorneys confirmed it. Tyler Robinson's own attorneys confirmed that he murdered Charlie Kirk. They're simply trying to say that he only murdered one person, though, and he should not be put to death. But they confirmed it. He murdered him. So what are we talking about? That's how stupid Candace is. were his own attorneys. His own attorneys. I wish Andrew would have pulled that clip up where Tyler Robinson's own attorneys wrote out, well, he may have murdered Charlie. He murdered Charlie Kirk, but he only murdered one person. He wasn't aiming for anybody else. So we need to remove the death penalty. If he would have pulled that up, then the only thing she would have to be asked is, okay, so why is it his own attorneys are saying he did it? Because that's what they did. They confirmed he murdered Charlie Kirk. Why would they do that if he's innocent? You understand he has not even entered a plea. You don't understand how weird that would be to enter a plea of not guilty after your own attorneys confirmed that you murdered a man. Oh my God. Didn't Joshua Carr call that restaurant? Did he? I know Gary with Paramount Tactical did. And boy, that was not a debate. That was Candace whining and crying and being a punk ass because she don't want Erica Kirk to sue her. Oh, when he pulled that clip up, straight to jail, Y'all, did y'all see the look on her face? She was like, see, you're up here playing these clips like this, and you know, that was not a part of our agreement. And you're just trying to have a gotcha moment. You were big, bad, and bold when you were saying it, Candace. Now you use a little punk ass. You can't make this stuff up. I can't believe you played that clip. Take it out. Y'all, she was hoping after that clip showed, she was hoping don't play any more clips. You don't have to play the clips. But she figured these clips can be played in the court of law against her dumbass. She was so bad. She was almost begging at that point. Don't play any more clips. Damn it. Don't play any more clips. Candace, did you have an earpiece in your ear? Because there's no way in the hell. You remembered 7 charges. Nope. I think she had an earpiece in her ear. Talking about, here, I give him my cell phone. To the clown that's sitting here defending you. PBD sucks donkey D. Worst moderator ever. Just sitting here being a punk ass. Whole grown men turned into simps by Candace. And somehow her cult members think we're supposed to sit here and show Candace all this love and adoration. We don't owe her shit. Child boo. It's unbelievable. PBD is a whole clown and a goofy and a dumbass. What's going on, Zoe? How you doing, honey? Candace had help. She could bet. Listen, she said she doesn't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. How in the hell does she expect people to believe that she actually could remember 7 charges like that when she claimed she didn't read the charging document? See, it's the lies for me, Candace. So Andrew Wilson realized, oh, if I play her clips, she get big mad. She got to explain these clips. These are words come out of your mouth. What you mean she was complicit? Candace would not answer that question to save her life because she knew if I say anything else, this girl is going to sue me. Candace, she's already going to sue you. I don't understand why it's here and shy from it. Why run from it, Candace? I love it when a plan comes together. Candace, I know you listening, you dumb alien. Y'all remember me saying, Candace, you stupid, take the money, do the debate. Candace did it. I love it when a plan comes together. Candace, you have no idea what's happened to you. I do. Oh, man. How amazing was seeing her face, the look on her face when he played that clip of her saying straight to jail, straight to jail. Oh, I got to go back. Hold on. said straight to jail, straight to jail. She was like, oh God. Oh man, hold on, let me refresh. I'm gonna take it straight to that point. Why he made it clear? She said you look like an idiot. Hold on. Anybody remember that timestamp? Oh man, I don't want the timestamp. Was it after the third break? It's so iconic. Hold on. That was the Lance Twiggs thing. I want to go to where she said straight to jail, straight to jail. She was so mad. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, I have the timestamp. Can I get a timestamp on that? When he played that video. Y'all, it's the look on her face. Priceless. Candace, is this it?
This is my theory, and I am now very much sticking.
So, doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that they don't have a
You wanna
parent and
protect-
they just suffered a trauma. You don't go into
I'm pointing out that they're
and go right into the office.
But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Happened with a pet and explosives as
so. Doesn't that make
Hold on.
coming out.
What's the straight to jail?
And
Straight to
then
jail.
getting him off.
You can person cover for cause the problem.
She had all these long ass commercials. I don't want to see that.
You are asking.
so? I just
Is
have
it-
two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing.
Is this it?
I feel like.
Oh man, the look on her face,
we got
y'all.
where we
Hold
were
on.
trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it
What's
up.
going on?
just
Because
to
I already
have
covered
you
over
respond
back
to
to
it.
me.
You don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that she should be sat down and questioned. And straight to jail. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all three of them
she just didn't
were on the
understand
prints when the
nothing.
only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay,
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then
See,
the
she
last
don't want
one
him
is one
playing
with
clip.
Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do
goes-
it this way.
This goes back
You
to a
don't know
previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Look at her look.
Straight to jail, straight.
Look at her. Candace! I just got dizzy for 5 minutes. Candace, look at that look on her face. Candace sitting there like, oh shit. She's sitting here with this, oh, damn it. Is she biting her lip? She was like, no. That's the look of a woman that knows that she's about to get sued. Candace. Erica Kirk is gonna sue the ever living shit out of you, girl. You call for an innocent American to go straight to jail, straight to jail. Why would you say that twice, you moron? Like Umar the Oompa Loompa Johnson. He say things 2 and 3 times. Why would you repeat that twice? That's not a Monopoly game piece. I don't recall that being a Monopoly game piece.
To jail.
Look at her smiling and smirking. Candace, why you mad? You said it. Why you big mad? She said it. She's sitting here like, oh shit. Why you, Candace, you smirking and smiling. Why you sitting here and get mad? Cause
For questioning.
look at her. She looking across at him. Y'all, in this moment, I want y'all to look at this. She looking at him and he looking at her. She looking at him like, you punk. And he looking at her like, you bitch. Look how she looking at him like, fuck you up. What's the chances of her calling Putin? Is there a way to get rid of somebody where I don't have to get any of the blame at all? Let me call my baby daddy. George! Can we get Putin on the phone? We need to deal with Andrew Wilson. Look how she looking at him. Sitting there smirking like, I beat your ass. Candace. He's sitting there looking dead at her like, yo move.
Thing at least, Eric.
Yeah, I'm playing this real slow. Sit this shit in. You still smiling, Candace? Candace, I want you to go to court when she sues you. When Erica Kirk sues you with a federal lawsuit, I want you to go to court. I want you to smile this big, okay? Don't wipe that grin off your face, Sefa. I want you to keep smiling. In her mind, she's thinking to herself, how can I F him up without, like, him kicking me in the belly or anything? Candace, I'm searing it in over here, Heifer. She meant this, y'all. This girl wasn't talking about no Monopoly. Not one time did anybody ever say, well, Candace is just speaking about the Monopoly game. Not one time did Candace ever say. That's just a tongue-in-cheek thing because it's like Monopoly. Straight to jail, straight to jail. You would think she would say, do not pass go. Saying straight to jail does not give anybody an indication that you're referring to Monopoly. If you say, do not pass go, straight to jail. That's more of an indication people know what you're talking about. Candace has never said that I'm not calling for her to be jailed. I was talking about the Monopoly game. Why didn't she say that in this video? Not the debate, when she actually made this comment. I'm just kidding you all. I don't want her to go to jail. That's just a tongue-in-cheek thing from Monopoly. You think she would have just said that as soon as she said this, right? Candace, you had to come up with this dumbass lie real quick, didn't you, girl?
I don't care who's mad. I really do not.
You say you don't care who's mad? Erica, she said, I don't give a damn about how you feel. So why should you care if you sue her? Erica Kirk, go on and sue her, girl. Let it be a federal lawsuit. And you already know she's got this dumb attorney that's going to have all these judges recusing themselves. So just take it straight to what is this, the 9th Circuit, 6th Circuit? Just take it all the way there. Candace, is this going to be your legal defense in court?
Care who wants to be upset after this episode.
Boy, it's the look on her face. Oh, Candace, I'm snipping this. Candace, I want you to keep this energy up. Okay? Keep this energy up, you dumb demon. When Erica Kirk sues you. Don't listen. Go to court, smile, hold your head up, okay? Make sure you keep that energy up, Candace. This is going to be a snip. Snipping it. Y'all know this is going to be a thumbnail. I want you to keep this energy up.
So really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are.
Look at her. Candace. Oh, look at that big old fatty face. Y'all just see who she bad as hell, Kadia. Girl, you came in just in time. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's go to jail, directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Not straight to jail, straight to jail. Thank you. Candace, if you're going to sit here and repeat what is said in the Monopoly board game, then quote it directly. Otherwise, you're lying like hell is hot. With your dumb demonic ass. I want you to go to court, Candace, and I want you to smile just like you're doing right now. Keep that energy up, helpful. Keep that energy up, Candace. Don't go to court sitting here like, Your Honor, it was the game thing, it was Monopoly, it was, No, that ain't Monopoly. That's not what they say in Monopoly. Erica Kirk, make sure you write this down, girl. You and your attorneys, make sure y'all quote exactly what the Monopoly board game says so that you can debunk her as soon as that come out of her mouth. Your Honor, objection. That is not what the Monopoly board game says. It says as such, and I quote, it's go to jail, directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. That's what the game board says. No, she called for my client to be jailed. At the very least, interrogated. And said, I don't care who gets mad. So why should we care about suing the out of her ass? Erica Kirk, make sure you file a federal lawsuit and sue her for like $25 million. Okay? Because she already said she don't care about nobody getting mad. Candace, I want you to keep this energy up. Keep this energy up, you dumb moron. Yeah, she's so bad. Look at her photo. Look at her face. Candace, you look surprised.
Asking me to be an idiot, actually, and
You are an idiot. I love it when a plan comes together. Candace, remember when I told you to take the debate and take the money? This $300,000 you think you earned today, Candace? Yeah, Erica can get that back from you in a lawsuit. Yeah. I keep trying to tell Candace. See, Candace, you're not the only one that understands how to play chess. You're just not smart enough to keep up. First of all, Candace can't play chess to save her life. Stop it. I would not give her that level of credit when she doesn't know anything about energy or mass. E equals MC squared. She has no idea what that is. Candace, what is pi? What's the numerical value for pi? Like, I don't even know what that is, Lady Luck. Are you talking about peach or apple pie? This science goes over her head. I just want you to keep this energy up, Candace. You took the money and you did this debate. You have no idea what's happened to you.
cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a Monopoly term.
You lying heifer. Candace, do I need to Google that? Monopoly terms. Oh, straight to jail. Hold on. my God. Candace. We'll make sure Erica Kirk gets these official rules on Monopoly. Official rules send you to jail 3 ways. Land on go to jail. Move your token directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Draw a go to jail card. Chance and community chest both include cards that send you straight to jail without passing go. Jesus, fix it, Candace. I'm gonna send this to Erica Kirk. Y'all, we got to tweet this up. Make sure they know what Monopoly says. Oh, Candace, you got the right one today. Oh my God. This is how stupid her cult members are. Well, you can just Google this stuff and look it up. Candace, it's very difficult to lie about this BS when we can just Google it. You say, yeah, that was a Monopoly thing. It's a Monopoly thing. What you lying for? Oh my God, y'all, I'm trying to breathe. Oh, this is it. Candace, this is the official rules. You just can't make this stuff up. Y'all can put this in the chat. Candace trying to lie. She's trying to, she lied her ass off. Y'all, she's so scared. She's talking about this a Monopoly game. No, the hell is not. Candace, what's so priceless is the look on your face when he pull up that damn video. Oh my God.
We're trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the 2 other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. We're trying to go.
Went back and rewatched it. I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So
you a damn lie. How much did they pay this moderator to do nothing? All he did was kiss Candace's ass. Whole grown men being simps. And then they want to sit down and you can just have a conversation. Candace does not want a conversation. She doesn't even want to acknowledge science. You know, energy and mass. Wind and blowbacks released from firing off a bullet from a gun.
That's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said
how much they pay
we
him?
don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes, when
look how she making assumptions, Candace. We know you do not admit to mistakes. Your dumbass cult members are the only ones that are stupid enough to believe that. Even the bots don't believe it. You need to upgrade your bots. They still misspell your first name.
she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day.
It's funny how she never said, you know what, I was dead ass wrong about that.
It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
I Straight to jail, straight to jail.
Candace. Oh, I only went back because I had to get the snip of this. I have to snip it. Candace, he's not playing with your dumb ass. I hope you know that. Erica, I hope you see this girl. The girl like, oh shit. She biting her top lip. Oh, Candace, you such a punk ass coward.
For questioning.
Look how he looking out. Oh, this is another snip. Candace, we just snipping this. We're gonna put this up on X. She looking at him like, you bastard. He like, you bitch. Y'all, we snipped it. I got it. That's the money shot right there.
At least, Erica, I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this
like,
episode.
oh,
really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is
Candace, where's my money? Who spent $1 billion in influencers? I'm about to be a little jealous. Candace, you owe me $10,000. You and your dumb cult members keep saying that I'm getting $7,000 from Israel. Where's the money? Where is the money? I need it. I'm not even gonna lie. I will pay rent. That's not a threat for me. They know that don't work over here. Give me the money. I have to stop the candy ass cult members from coming over here trolling me for free. Now leave me a super chat. You want to troll me? The hell? Don't come over here trolling me. There's a price to pay. Leave a super chat, then you can troll me. They'll get this dumbass all of their mortgage money, and she doesn't want to address energy or mass.
It's all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if
it's y'all notice that her blink rate? Yeah, did you blinking mighty fast and hard in this? When y'all get time, I want y'all to check this out. I want y'all to slow it down. And I want you all to look at her blink rate. See, one of the things over here, Candace, you know that we do. We pay attention to body language. Okay? We pay attention to body language. I'm a huge fan of like true crime and watching police interrogations and seeing how these read methods and things are utilized by investigators. Body language is key. That blink rate is rapid as hell because she knows that this clip is going to bite her in the ass. It is not normal for anybody to just call for an innocent American civilian to just be jailed because you don't like that person. But if Candace felt like she wasn't saying anything wrong, why is she having these physiological changes? That blink rate is going off the charts.
Situations were reversed, and there were this
blink,
many verifiable
blink,
lies.
Y'all see that? Blink, blink.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
It's not. Y'all, I'm having a good time. Y'all saw her blink rate? She like that whole time the video was playing, she blinking like hell. And it was abnormal. It increased. Like she's doing blink 3 or 4 rapid blinks at a time in a row. Body language is crucial. Biting her top lip, sitting here kind of reclusive in because she knows she effed up. Candace, Erica can still sue you. And that video clip is going to be the golden ticket. You're not going to call for somebody to be jailed when they have not committed a crime. That is the epitome of defamation. Just like you saying you're going to report 92 people in a group chat. I'm waiting on your punk ass to do it. And then we can get a class action going for defamation against you for accusing us of committing a crime. Hell yeah. Why not? And more than likely, that's going to resort and a settlement. Candace, you're not that smart. Andrew had to change things up after the second break. Yeah, because did y'all notice he was like, okay, she kept saying, well, we didn't agree to this and that, playing the video clips and the blah, blah, blah. What did you agree to? What did you agree to? Why are we here? If he can't ask you questions, then you get mad because he's playing video clips. He brought fact checkers. When did Candace's team pull up anything aside from that military guy saying all the BS that she said, but he talked nothing about an explosive device? When did they provide any documentation to fact check whatever she was saying? He fact checked her with his evidence, but Candace didn't produce any evidence this whole time to support any of that bullshit she was talking about. And the one clip they played was some simp repeating her talking points where he still did not talk about an exploding microphone. So what we doing? Candace, your blink rate is off the chart. Your body language, you sitting here folded all up, trying to soothe yourself. These are all tactics that you expect to see from someone that is screaming guilt. You know you lied like hell. And then you want to get mad because he played this video clip. Oh, you're here to defend Erica Kirk. So what if she played it? Then what? Candace, we will all play that clip. And I guess we'll all be defending Erica Kirk. You ain't going to do shit about it, Candace. That's what I want you to understand. You're not going to do a damn thing about it. We can all play those clips. And what? It doesn't change the fact that you called for her to go to jail. She think that, oh, you're defending her. Okay, and so what? That means not that Candace, that shit don't work over here. And you know that. I'm so glad you took that debate. Candace has no idea what happened to her. Y'all, her body language this whole time.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
But she never ever clarified that when she did the video. She said, I don't care who gets mad. I want you to keep that same energy up, Candace. Keep that energy up, you little punk ass. Why are you ducking and dodging now? Stuttering. Y'all notice that? Stuttering. Just glossing over words. All of a sudden, she doesn't understand how things work. And then she gets overly defensive. You don't feel defensive unless you feel that you're being attacked. Why should you feel attacked, Candace? Why not stand on your bullshit? If you lied about a receipt belonging to Tyler Robinson from some restaurant, why are you all of a sudden, well, I'm not the creator that put it out, but you said that you broke the story, Candace. You didn't even give, what's his name? Dennison, somebody. You didn't even give him credit. You said you broke the story. So whatever little shine he was getting, you took that from him in one post. Candace said on X, she was the one that broke the story first. She didn't even say, y'all, listen, make sure you tune in to Diligent, what's his name? Diligent Dennison. Tune in. He's got more to come. Make sure you all go subscribe to his channel. Candace doesn't sit here and prop anybody up. All her dumbass cohorts, she will leave them hanging. She didn't prop that boy up. She put up a post that said, I broke the story. I was the first one to talk about this. But not one time did she say his name and card number, Tyler Robinson's name and card number is on this receipt. Not one time. And this boy out here interviewing a headless employee. We don't have a way to vet that person. We don't know if that boy was an actual employee. He could have put on a black polo shirt and an apron and put on a show. He could have paid him to lie like that. Even if you worked there, he could have just been paid to lie. We have no way to vet that nonsense. None. But Candace took credit for it. Candace, I want you to keep that energy up. Keep that energy up. Out here interviewing headless employees. You talking about you talk to the store owner. Funny how other people have, and he has told other people that Tyler Robinson was not there. And the fact that you refuse to show an unredacted receipt with the name on it speaks volumes. We don't need to see the credit card number or the debit card number. Remove the redaction of the name. Because the debit card number and the name is going to be right there in the same spot. Remove the redaction of the name. If it's his receipt, why not show his name on the receipt and properly redact his debit card number? Meaning you get a black marker and you line it out before you take the damn picture. They can't even redact properly. Can't make this up. Did Candace do that? Hell no. Show Mr. Exclusive post. He exposed the steakhouse stuff. He did, didn't he? He did. Hold on. Can you tag me on it? This is further down. Can you tag me on Mr. Exclusive on what he posted? Who is Nick Freitas? Watching this debate between Candace and Andrew Wilson is like watching a man play chess against a pigeon. Candace, you bird brain. The pigeon flaps around, makes a lot of noise, knocks over pieces, completely confident in their performance. But to anyone that understands how chess is played, they look like an idiot. Oh, I'm waiting on Ami. Ami, you gonna make a video for Mama. I'm waiting on Ami to put out a video, y'all. I'm waiting on Ami to do a video. Oh, that's gonna be priceless. Ami, I will do a video with you on this one. Email me, Ami. You want to collab? We can do a whole dynamic, just a powerful video together. Make it funny. I'll get my Irish accent on. Oh man. Oh, you ain't never lied, Nick. What Jesus? Oh my God. Mr. Exclusive did debunk a lot of, like, he debunked all that stuff. He debunked it. Candace Robinson followed me. What? Parody account. Ciao. Candace, everybody clowning you out.
Their maroon sweatshirts, der. Their maroon sweatshirts, der.
Oh, everybody going in on that dumb girl. Candace. Watch out. Watch out. This is too much. Wasn't Candace that makes sandwiches for you and me? Candace, I will never eat your cooking. I don't care if it is a sandwich. She can bake it right in front of me. Nope. I don't trust her. She's going to put some poison in it. Yeah, just for laughing at me for hours. Saying that I owe you $10,000. Kiss my ass later. Candace suck ass and she knows it. Oh man, this is so on point. Candace, where was George at? Not one time did he come downstairs and like, you need a glass of water or anything. You look like you're panicking. Why are you blinking so fast? Oh my God, y'all. All right, listen. I'm gonna come back and do another live. We gotta cover some Nola Well updates. Omar is still stupid and at it. And got to go over the updates from the Macron lawsuit, as well as Candace's partial motion to dismiss and Mitch Snow, who already threw Candace under the bus. We got a lot to cover. Oh my God. No Reply said in order for Tyler Robinson to travel 300 miles, he would have to drive 100 miles an hour the whole time there and back, and would have used a tank and a half of gas, so he would have had to fill up twice. Candace doesn't understand science or physics. She has no idea what energy and mass is. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, common sense stuff for her go over her head. Your super chat didn't work. What? Oh, I have more. Oh, you guys are awesome. Very nice. Oh, all right. I'm gonna get this in. Did I get Classic Martin with the 350 jewels? Shout out to you. Thank you. Cosmic with the 30 jewels. Oh, Job for 9 with the $5 super. What is Candace going to say if he takes a plea? If he pleads guilty, she'll probably just blame it on his attorneys. You know, well, his attorneys already confirmed that he did it, and they didn't even vet anybody else or explore any other options. You know, obviously they must be in on it. Candace is going to get to a point where she's going to say, none of this is real. I don't believe any of it. The defense conspired with the prosecutors. That's it. She's going to reject it. That's why I don't, you know, I never cared what Candace thinks. Not at all. She's an idiot. Because she refuses to just move the hell on. Now keep setting yourself up for a lawsuit, you moron. But I just, you know, I think she's going to reject all this and accuse the defense attorneys of being a part of the conspiracy. And that's, you know, giving her something else to talk about. It never ends with her dumb behind. Oh, Cosmic, thank you for the 30 jewels again. Velvet with the $5 super. Things I will not recover after this debate. Brain cells, IQ, my dignity, and the bottle of Tylenol I choked down during the debate. Can I still laugh my ass out? I told you I'm about to take me a nap. I need a break. Like, I need to take a break and just lay my head down. My head hurt. Candace, you giving us all a migraine simultaneously. Congratulations, you dumb demon. Oh my God. I am going to go live again this evening. I have to take a nap. Candace, I'm just tired. Got to do something to challenge my brain, do a crossword puzzle. So, gotta get these brain cells back. Candace is insufferable. And then the whole time she's advertising her show. Well, you just have to keep following my show. No. The devil is a liar. We're not watching your show. Hell no. No. Nope. No thanks. We're not watching your shit. I'm not putting myself through that PTSD. You can't make this up. Shout out to you, Velvet. Thank you for the $5 super. I appreciate it. You said you got it. Okay. All right, cool. So this is from Rest Owner 3 days ago. This should tell you what he thinks. He follows me on X. What? Hold on. Thought Project, Candace and Barron, breaking news. Did Candace Owens convict Tyler Robinson? If you are sticking to your witness's ID, who identified Tyler Robinson at the Cowboy Steakhouse, your waiter said he went to work the next morning and identified Tyler. They F themselves. I hear a lot like rats. Hold on. Let me go back to the other ones you posted up. So this was the first one. Charlie Kirk investigation update, Steakhouse. I've just gotten off the phone with Mr. Perkins, the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse, and he confirmed the following to me directly. I am also tagging him in this post. It was a brief but important phone call. According to Mr. Perkins, Tyler Robinson did not eat at Cowboy Steakhouse. And yet you've got Diligent Dennison and Candace the dum-dum trying to call him a liar as if he does not know who came to his establishment. Funny how they had zero video footage. And I'm not talking about from inside the restaurant. I'm talking about from neighboring businesses next to it, across the street from it. Cameras are cameras. So if he was there, you should be able to go to any of the businesses next to this restaurant and pull the video surveillance or security footage, right? You think they would try to do that? They're not even smart enough to just show the name on the receipt. Oh my God. It has been officially verified to him from law enforcement, and he is sure himself because it's his restaurant. Mr. Perkins also addressed the receipt that has been circulating on X. He told me that the receipt being shared is not Tyler Robinson's receipt or the one thought to possibly be Tyler Robinson's, nor is it the receipt shared with investigators because Candace lies like hell is hot. Mr. Perkins was polite, but clearly has been bombarded with calls. He told me people need to use some common sense. Candace, we know that that's a big word for you. But I mean, in this situation, just leave him alone. You proved nothing. You lied. I don't know if the receipt is a legitimate receipt, but it is not the receipt in question. There you go. So her sitting here dodging around the idea of a receipt being that redacted is irrelevant when it's still not Tyler Robinson's receipt. And on the day of September 10th, 2025, Tyler Robinson did not eat at that restaurant. We don't care if he ate any other time. Did he eat at that restaurant on September 10th, 2025? The answer is no. Period. There's no evidence to prove it. We don't care about a headless employee. Don't give a damn. It's like they want to call someone a liar when it's been proven he was not there. And they still going on this nonsense because they're stupid. They make this up. So people should use common sense, but is Candace cult members going to do that? No. And her cult cohorts know it's more profitable to lie like hell. Candace hasn't talked to the owner. She ain't talked to no damn body. And I hope he sends her a cease and desist. Or just flat out sue her. You'll learn, Candace. You'll learn. When you start getting more lawsuits coming your way, you'll learn. He did not call anyone a liar. However, he did tell me that many reporters, investigators coming into the steakhouse could easily get a receipt. Mr. Perkins made it clear Tyler Robinson did not eat at his restaurant. Lord have mercy. Have always believed in going directly to the source whenever possible rather than relying on rumors or secondhand information. I contacted the owner himself, and this is what he told me. Mr. Perkins' statement directly contradicts one of the narratives that has been circulating online regarding Tyler Robinson's alleged whereabouts. As always, I will continue to verify information and report what I can independently confirm. He did not eat there. So all this dumb shit that Diligent Dennison did is irrelevant. Just the guy from Frim Spry. So that's who he tagged. That's the owner. And these clowns are gonna go over here and harass that man. And for what? He knows who came to his establishment. So I'm gonna make sure I share this out again. You guys make sure you check that out. Take it. I can always have it. And this is part 2. Okay. If you are sticking to your witnesses ID who identified Tyler Robinson at the Cowboy Steakhouse, Your waiter said he went to work the next morning and identified Tyler Robinson's face first. Here is the problem. The next day, 9/11/25, the FBI had only released the stairwell images of Tyler Robinson, which at Diligent Dennison went to great lengths to demand that on Spaces that the waiter identify Tyler Robinson by face the next day. So your own witness is now saying he identified Tyler Robinson via the next morning or late day while at his other job. The only pics that were out at this time were the stairwell images and the running the roof video. This means your witness has now placed Tyler Robinson on the UVU campus in the stairwell that directly went to the roof and in fact shot Charlie Kirk. These were the only images released on 9/11/25. So if anything else, the headless employee confirmed Tyler Robinson was at UVU by confirming, yeah, that's him going down the stairs and running across the roof. You see how they dumbass lies backfire on them? No logic, no common sense. Because they just say stupid stuff and they repeat whatever Candace's dumbass is saying. Not caring about the fact that they can be named as co-defendants, keep lying. But then they want to throw tantrums and ask the court to dismiss something. Ms. Snow, why are you asking the court to dismiss something? You say you gave the evidence to Candace. What you scared of? The waiter would go on to say, once he heard the voice, he was without a doubt, because, for some reason, that's the whole thing. It was Tyler Robinson. Now that video was not out till the 12th. Follow the logic here. Only images that waiter could have seen were the images of Tyler Robinson in the stairwell. That is it. No other images were even released. Unless he just got paid to lie like hell. So your 100% witness is now on record that we still don't know who he is. Headless employee. We have no idea who that boy is. On an interview you so proudly aired, putting Tyler Robinson on UVU campus and in the stairwell, your witness is 100% on the face. And Diligent said last night on Space 3 times that the waiter was 100 on this. At FBI Director Kosh, you now have an eyewitness that can identify Tyler Robinson on the stairwell at UVU. How hilarious would it be if Candace ends up convicting Tyler Robinson? Diligent said, how certain were you that was Tyler Robinson you saw the next day? Waiter, 100%. Remember, immediately after Diligent aired this interview, I called the smokehouse and they denied Tyler ate there because there's no evidence to prove he was there. We don't care about what some headless employee says. We don't give a damn. You need evidence. Period. They act like we're supposed to live in La La Land with them. Hell no. We don't want to come to your alternate reality. Obviously, they're all smoking shrooms. We don't do drugs and we don't speak alien. So here is my new question. We have uncovered links with the Robinson family and the area as well as the smokehouse. Did someone realize they had just ID'd Robinson at UVU? So what you think now, Candace? You want to continue with your pod slop? Because unless you admit that you lied about this, you have put Tyler Robinson on UVU campus in the stairwell because Candace doesn't understand how words work. Or energy, mass, thunder, freezing point of water. The difference between the letter N and the number 9 over 7 times 5. He's over 40 years old. Diligent Dennison is 40 years old. He's too old for this shit. What's wrong with him? He doing his reviews. He's like, lady, look, I gotta pay my rent too. This line is profitable, ain't it? I can't do it. Even with me being in need, I can't do it. I cannot bring myself to just get out here and just start lying like hell, hoping that I get super chats. It's oh my God, it's gross. My conscience won't let me sleep. I believe Diligent said when he realized this, it is possible he was there and did not kill anyone. It has been my contention that they were trying to manufacture an alibi for Tyler Robinson, because why would they want to do that again? Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson? I've never seen anyone fighting so hard to try to get someone like this off the hook. Candace wants him to walk free. And for what? What would she have to gain if he walked free? This is ridiculous. And using a friendly area to do that with links to the Robinson family. What tangle webs we weave when we practice first to deceive. Amen. Great job at Blake Bernards. That was a gotcha of epic level proportions. Make sure you guys go check out Mr. Exclusive here and the post where he just flat out demolished them. You can't do both. You can't identify someone and put them on campus, but then say, yeah, no, they were down here eating, cow meat and mashed potatoes and broccoli or something. The owner said he was not here. The end. That's it. That's his establishment. They're trying to tell him what he did not see. Jabu. I appreciate y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. You guys have been absolutely amazing. She called Andrew an a-hole. She did. Did y'all hear that? So you're just trying to be an a-hole. You're just trying to be a liar. Candace, that blink rate was something else, girl. Your body language showed on you. Belvin, shout out to you for the $5 super. She called Andrew asshole. She forfeited the $350K. I thought that was supposed to be no name calling. Yeah. She's sitting there looking at him like she was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till you go outside and I'm just gonna start stabbing. Candace, you still feel like you want to get in a physical fight and you being a pregnant and all? Andrew Wilson, help and get far away from her demonic ass. Make sure you pray when you get home. Candace is a demon. That'll be my main thing I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about your demon jumping off on me. You guys have been amazing. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way out. I am going to take a chill pill for a minute and do a live. We're going to talk about Umar and all this other stuff. He's still a dumbass. And then go over some court docs. Candace filing partial motions to dismiss because she's a coward. Naturally. So, you guys be good. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate you all. Yeah. She actually called him an asshole. You see him being an asshole. He kept saying, you think you're my father. Candace was just saying dumb stuff. Thank you so much, Zoe. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you all. What a tangle web we weave when we practice to deceive. Mama Sage, thank you all so much. Shout out to all the mods. You guys are amazing. Go get some breads, get a break, get a meal, all that good stuff. Tune in to the next live if you can. If not, I will see you all in the next one. And until then, let it look club out.